be seated. Good evening, everybody. We've got quite a full agenda tonight. I'm sorry to drag you here half an hour. I'm sorry. Sorry, it's a good start. Thank you. I'm sorry to drag you all here half an hour earlier, but we've got, as I say, a very full meeting tonight. So if we can start with the apologies.
Thank you. We have apologies from councillors Orty, Branson, Margate, Mile, Power and Wick.
Just one other thing is, this is being filmed tonight. It's been live streamed as well, so I'll be on my best behaviour. I hope everybody else is. Minutes of the last meeting. Any comments on the minutes? Okay, I will sign those as read then. Okay. Are there any declarations of interest? No? Okay, well I do have an interest to declare in item 59, the petition debate which relates to Barkham. I have signed that petition and will be stepping down as mayor. Don't get excited, it's only for that one item, which will be chaired by my deputy. I will join the members in the body of the council tonight to speak during the debate. Barkham is a one-member ward, and being the elected member for Barkham, I am duly bound to support the residents of my ward who have raised and supported this petition. Thank you. Okay, if we could just move on to Mayor's announcements. As you know, there is now we've got a tradition of giving mayors awards, and tonight I have three very worthy people here for the awards. Steve Barr, who lives on the Gorsride estate, is chair of the council tenants and landlords improvement panel and the Gorsride regeneration project steering group, and is involved with many local groups. He is an active advocate of the community housing and attends weekly housing surgeries supporting residents. Even though he is visually impaired, last year he volunteered for a staggering 450 hours. I would like to go and make the award to Steve. While his firm is volunteer at the Me Too Club, so it's very close to my heart, being my chosen charity, and using her unique skills and experience, suffering from autism and development coordination disorder, she's been using it to help others as well as fellow volunteers. One of her successes has seen her matched to a 6-year-old also with autism, enabling the youngster to attend gymnastic club. She is also volunteers at the Thumbs Up Club at Addington School, Swallowfield Preschool and the Thames Hospice Shop in Wokingham. Would you like to come up with us? much. Thank you. Okay, the third person, in addition to sitting on the civic committees at Wokingham Town Councillor Tony Lack also represents the Town Hall with the Armed Forces and Cadets. In addition to this, he works with a local school to educate children against graffiti, but also gives up his evenings and weekends to remove graffiti. This includes everything from simple cleaning with graffiti wipes to pressure washing or fully repainting an area. Tony, would you like to come up, please? Steve, Wallace and Tony go above and beyond to help others, and we're all indebted to them. Their unselfishness and dedication improves all the lives of people in Wokingham Borough. Just one other item I'd just like to touch on. I would like to remind the members to purchase a copy of the Christmas picture quiz at a cost of at least £2, proceeds from which will be donated to my charity, the Me Too Club. And we move on to a statement from Charlotte Hastings-Taylor. Charlotte.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, thank you for acquiescing to my request to make a personal statement to the Council. Last week, the Conservative group met to discuss the issues that have been raised by some of our members in recent weeks. This is not an unusual occurrence for any political group, but on this occasion, certain members wanted to challenge my position in order to promote a particular narrative. While the debate that ensued was not as long as the matters in question deserved, it was clear that on this occasion I would not convince all of those present that I had the right approach, and when tested with a vote, the alternative narrative prevailed by a narrow margin. As a result, the Conservative group now has a new leader, and in due course this person, Councillor McGee-Sumner, will need to be nominated for the leadership of Woking Borough Council. In the next few minutes, I wanted to do three things: highlight the achievements under my leadership, put on record the key issues that concern me for this council in the coming months, and thank those who have supported me since I became leader in May 2017. In the last 18 months, I've achieved much more than at times I felt was possible. I challenged some of the myths long held by my group, especially that the finance brief was insurmountably complex. Indeed, the most important achievement is that we're on course to deliver a balanced budget, so I'm leaving a sound financial position for the next leader, despite all of the unhelpful rumours to the contrary. Let me be clear, we are not the next Northamptonshire, as some would have it. We know the difference between the capital and the revenue spend, for a start. We have furthermore launched a successful investment strategy, which is now bringing in income to support our bottom line and fund vital council services. And who could have dreamt that I would be part of a team that would bring back a bookshop into the Wokingham Town Centre? I will have many happy memories of time in there with my daughter. My heart has sunk at the pain of the regeneration for the existing shopkeepers and business owners who have suffered, and this I very much regret. I do believe that in the coming months, as each stage of the regeneration is complete, our vision to revive Wokingham Town Centre will be fully vindicated. Without our actions, the demise of the Market Square would have been inevitable and permanent. And yes, we are still collecting the bins every week. We are winning the argument over negative revenue support grants. We have opened new schools, sports centres, leisure centres, new parks, new playgrounds, and constructed many more affordable homes, and many more than some would have expected. My administration has sought to strengthen our top team of officers. In particular, we have a great lineup of candidates to be interviewed on the 5th of December for the position of Chief Executive. In this, I believe we were right to hold out for a stronger field of candidates than we were able to compile last year, even though it meant continuing with a contemporary Chief Executive for longer than I would have liked. Our borough deserves the very best head of paid service, and I hope that our colleagues will take this opportunity to select someone with the fresh new energy that is needed to drive this council forward through the challenging years ahead. But what are my concerns? As the key objective, I've aimed to raise the levels of transparency in the decision-making of this council. It was disappointing that for some in my group this has not been seen as a priority, and for a few it still appears not to be. We need to distance ourselves from the old boys network style of the past and ensure that, like all other public bodies, we operate to the highest level of public accountability and probity. This is the Me Too age, and it is no longer acceptable to turn a blind eye. Strategically, under previous leaderships, I felt we plodded along a long path of just muddling through. We sometimes lacked clarity in decision-making, but did not always benefit from the professional acumen of our most senior officers or executive members. I have looked to establish a more long-term view with a clear political vision of what Wokingham Borough should be as a council under Conservative administration. This has meant that some of my executives have been challenged to work harder and give clearer leadership in their areas of responsibility. Tough decisions were needed in some cases, and these were not always welcomed by all. Regardless, under the new leader, we cannot slide back into the old ways. No political leadership, local or national, can duck out of the tough decisions anymore. As leader, I've worked hard to build healthy relationships with the Conservatives' opposition too. I've tried to be more constructive, recognising that we're all here to serve our complete community. I brought a vision to the council through the borough plan, and everybody has been able to have a voice in shaping this. I took the vision out to as many residents as I could with roadshows, and now a future workshop is planned where we will be taking it out to our partners to collect their views and ideas. Even with the change of leadership, I hope this will still be achieved in the new year. The resultant borough plan will be aligned for the first time with the budget and the key performance indicators. And this transparent model should be, for us, a measure of our progress, and it should be open and transparent. Here again, I fear there are some who do not share these aspirations. The decision to go back out for further consultation with a local plan update was also controversial. However, I believe our residents must contribute to the debate on where our borough future homes will go. Unless government housing builder targets change after Brexit, we will have some tough decisions ahead, and we cannot fudge them. Improving governance is the one thing that I have started, but unlike in Mastermind, I won't get to finish. History will not be a kind judge to leaders who turn a blind eye to plausible complaints and whistleblowing. It is my sincere hope, and in this respect, as in others, this council will not slip back. Fear not, Mr. Mayor. I'm winding up now, and it's the very last line that I'm sure you're waiting to hear. Making the most of opportunities is what Conservatives have always been about, but not all of the answers to the questions can be found in this chamber. And we have to realise that Wokingham Borough is not the best at everything. We need to be a learning council with new and more inquisitive culture. We have to be open-minded and be prepared to change our minds when the facts change. We, the members, are not always the target demographic for our policies, and sometimes we need to walk in other people's shoes to see what they see. I'm striving for a politics where the majority understand and respect our aims, where the resident is at the heart of what we do, and where the citizen feels empowered, not disenfranchised from their dealings with us. As the key objective, I've aimed to raise the levels of transparency in the decision-making of this council. It was disappointing that for some in my group, this has not been seen as a priority. And I'd like to thank the many residents who have got in touch with me since last week. I've been totally overwhelmed by their support, and their response has been completely amazing. So thank you very much for everyone who's got in touch. I also want to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to those people who supported me in my time as being leader. My incredibly supportive and very able deputy, Pauline Jorgensen, thank you for everything that you've done. A small token of my appreciation. So thank you. You'll be carrying the mantle for next month, so thank you. Also, I want to say thank you to my executive members and my many fellow Conservative members who've supported me. And I also must say thank you to also my opposition members across the chamber for all of their help and support as well. I wanted to especially applaud those who backed my vision of good governance and transparency when others have dismissed my concerns as unfounded or indeed exaggerated. I also wanted to offer my thanks to our talented team of officers who've helped me with my role over the last 18 months. I have been challenging, not always intentionally, and I've learned that we have not always given you the political leadership that you've deserved. But you have tried throughout to promote the best possible services to our residents. The best possible services to our residents with what you have been given. So thank you. Mr. Mayor, I've had the privilege to lead this council. I've made mistakes and learned much about those around me and about myself in the course of my term. I've worked selfishly in the pursuit of those things that matter to our residents, and I hope in that my successor will seek to follow me. And so I must humbly tender to this council, and I ask all of you to formally accept my resignation as leader with immediate effect.
Thank you, Charlotte. Pauline.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I would like to thank Charlotte for all her work on behalf of all the residents of Wokingham Borough. Being leader is not an easy job, as I've found out in the last couple of days with the amount of emails, and Charlotte has been tireless, lobbying government to improve funding for both council services and local schools, championing our looked after children, driving forward our local housing companies to deliver much needed affordable housing, and of course ensuring our residents get an excellent service from the council. I would really personally like to thank Charlotte also for her energy and dedication. I've really enjoyed working with her and admire her grit and determination and her passion for helping the most disadvantaged of our residents. I hope you will all join me in wishing her well for the future.
Lindsay.
Thank you, Pauline and Charlotte. Charlotte and I have worked together on a number of issues where in the past it was often not possible to get any sort of agreement. The issues where we have worked together this year includes lobbying our respective political parties with a jointly produced document covering the 5-year land supply, where some developers have been abusing the planning system, support for the recent new highways contract due to start on the 1st of April 19, and even tonight we have a motion on sprinklers in schools that has support across both groups. I wish her well in whatever future role she plays in the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Is there anybody else who wanted to say anything? No? Okay. I would just reiterate all those things said by both Pauline and Lindsay. Thank you for your time with the council as leader. Thank you very much. Okay, we can just move on to the public question time. 30 minutes, lots of questions, and we might not get them all in. Nice short answers, and if you could just ask the question in your name, it would help. So if we move to the first question, Mr. Stephen Ollerhead to ask the question of Stuart Munro.
Good evening. What measures do Wokingham Borough Council have in place to use or develop brownfield sites across the borough? And by that I mean empty houses left by the MOD in Arbitron, on a large portion of land and buildings owned by Wokingham Borough Council, to help meet the borough's housing target.
Thank you very much for your question. Wokingham Housing has already brought forward a number of affordable housing developments on brownfield council-owned sites. These include former garage sites, a derelict brickworks, and former residential care home. More generally, the council will publish a brownfield register annually to help encouraging the development of brownfield land, which has been found suitable for new housing. This allows anyone interested in developing a brownfield site to see where opportunities are. No sites are on the existing register already have planning permission for new housing. Through the local plan update, the council will put in place an extended strategy for managing development within the period of 2036. In doing this, the clear process and requirements set out in the legislation and government policy must be followed. This includes assessing all sites promoted by landowners and developers and consulting on potential approaches towards managing development. We're currently out to consultation seeking views on a number of key issues which will help us define options for managing development in the future. This includes inviting comments on the role of places not taken providing new homes, for example, through the use of higher development densities and more flexible to building heights in town centres. I would encourage everyone to engage with this and submit their views to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart.
Could you just confirm that the house is built on
Sorry,
Brownfield site?
the supplementary, I'm sorry about that.
No supplement. We're going to have
to ask a supplementary.
Yes,
Sorry.
just one supplementary question, please. Can you confirm that the houses built on brownfield sites will actually reduce the number of houses built on greenfield sites by an equal amount?
Not necessarily, I can't say that definitely, but we would prefer to go to the sites that meet the criteria rather than going to greenfields.
Thank you, Stuart. Stuart Richardson.
Thank you. Wokingham Borough Council have renewed their control of housing delivery, managing 5-year land supply and passing the housing delivery test by increasing dependence on the developers' local future chambers. How is WC planning to use the considerable financial capacity available to it to contract directly with builders to construct a high proportion of housing needed?
Thank you for your question. Our last 5-year housing land supply assessment was found at 7.84 years. Supply of rural sites against the government's standardised methodology for calculating local housing needs and the required buffer. This has stood up to the challenge in recent planning appeals. The Council has engaged with the government on housing issues, including ways to encourage developers to get on and build once planning permission has been granted. Sir Robert Letwin, the chairman of the independent review and build out, met with councillors and officers when researching the gap between permissions and completions. We keenly await the government's response to his report. Turning to local building, while the delivery of housing by private developers always be required, we as an organisation are already undertaking a number of actions to bring forward housing ourselves. Wokingham Housing Limited has already developed a number of affordable housing developments on council-owned sites. WHL completed 123 affordable homes last year, with around a further 360 homes in the pipeline, including the Course Ride regeneration. New homes are also being provided through the Wokingham Town Centre regeneration, with over 230 additional homes being delivered on land owned by the council.
Mr. Richardson, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, probably slightly adding to the suggestions made there. Isn't there already a registered provider set up, Lotten Homes, that can take on this role now?
Yes, indeed, and we are looking at potential sites with that.
Thank you, Stuart. Mr. Alan Scott.
I wish to ask the question standing in my name.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Scott. Thank you for your question, Mr. Scott. The core strategy sets out the spatial strategy for managing development in the period to 2026. A key element was locating the majority of housing development in the 4 strategic development locations, an approach that has enabled significant new infrastructure to be delivered to help mitigate impacts and to alleviate pressure on other areas. The strategy set out in the core strategy is working. It is clear from the number of homes built, under construction and already committed that sufficient homes will be delivered to meet and indeed exceed current government expectations. With the core strategy delivering, applications which are contrary to its provisions should be refused unless there are specific locally important reasons for flexibility. This will rarely be the case. Robust defence is made of our delivery record at planning appeals. However, I'm sure we would all agree that some of the decisions by government planning inspectors to allow developments contrary to our decisions is extremely disappointing and undermines the principle of a plan-led system. Through the local plan update, the Council will put in place an extended strategy for the period through to 2036. In doing this, the clear process and requirements set out in legislation and government policy must be followed. This includes assessing all sites submitted by landowners and developers and consulting on potential changes to managing development. We are currently out to consultation and seeking views on a number of key issues which will help us define options for managing development in the future. This includes inviting comments on all of the land promoted by landowners and developers. I would encourage everyone with an interest to engage in this and submit their views to us. In conclusion, given the stage of the local plan update, it is not possible for me to comment on what might be in the future spatial strategy or the policies associated with it. This is for future debate. I can, however, confirm that the assessment of promoted land will include the consideration of the important roles that land plays in the separation of settlements.
So, Mr. Scott, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, please. In her speech on making housing fairer on 6th of March 2018, the Prime Minister endorsed the government's policy saying, and our 25-year development plan commits us to leaving the natural environment in better state than we found it. So we'll expect any development, whether the green belt or outside, to look first at sites which previously been built on rather than not to be moved into resident countryside. Paragraph 170B of the revised National Planning Policy Framework states that planning policies and decisions should contribute to and enhance the natural and local environment by recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside and the wider benefits of natural capital and ecosystem services, including the economic and other benefits of the best and most versatile agricultural land and of trees and woodland. The promoted major developments on Parker Square comprises
Can you get to your question, please, Mr. Scott?
I'm asking, the promoted development site of the Market Square comprises 144 acres of virgin countryside. Do you agree that approving the development of this site and including the local plan updates would not only be seen as a breach of faith by the local electorate, but would also be incompatible with both the government's explicit policy position articulated by the Prime Minister and the provisions of the National Planning Policy Framework?
Sorry, it was a little challenging to identify the question in that, but I think I would say that the Arborfield strategic development location is a classic case of the council preferring to build on brownfield sites. And at this point in time, there are no planning applications for any other sites beyond that in that location.
Thank you, Simon. Mr. Paul Still?
The inspector conducting an inquiry regarding Bruce Hill in 1974 ruled the Barkham Road was already operating at about its theoretical capacity. The roads in and out of Barkham have not changed since then, and being locked in by housing offer little scope for increased capacity. The population of Barkham directly affects the traffic using those roads. Census data shows that the population of Barkham had increased by over 40% by 2001 after the building of Elizabeth Park, an estate of some 350 houses. The SDL development of Arborfield Green is adding 3,500 new houses to the area, 10 times as many as on Elizabeth Park. About half of these will fall within Barkham. With only about 15% of the SDL so far completed, the bulk of the impact is yet to be felt. There are a whole series of bottlenecks in and around Barkham, and clearing only some simply releases traffic to worsen the situation at the next. The local transport plan fails to acknowledge any known congestion spots within Barkham. However, those of us who use the roads are painfully aware of how serious the problem already is. If a further 1,000 houses were to be allowed at Barkham Square, in the middle of Barkham, how would the council address the accompanying incremental congestion without destroying the remaining rural land routes?
Thank you, Mr. Steele. The inspector's decision you refer to is 44 years old, and much has changed since 1974, as you allude to in your question. However, as my colleagues have already said, we are and we will evaluate the 280 sites based on current planning policy, which includes traffic congestion issues projected from these developments. I'm very aware that current network is close to capacity, and will be making my own representations as Executive Member for Highways to the local plan update for alleviation measures to be incorporated into the update of the local plan.
Do you have a supplementary, Mr. Still?
Yes, so does that mean you would be supportive of another 1,000 houses injected into Barkham?
I don't think I can make a comment on what I will or won't be supporting. What I said is that I am very well aware of the congestion issues on all the network in south of the M4 and south of the 329M, and we are going to have to take those into account in the local plan update.
Thank you, Anthony. Anne Stubbs.
I'd like to ask a question standing in my name.
Thank you, Pam. The council is already delivering significant numbers of new affordable homes through the planning process and the housing companies. Last year, as Stuart mentioned a minute ago, Wokingham Housing Limited completed over 120 affordable homes, which were funded through a combination of commuted sums, government grants, and on lending from the council. The lifting of the HRA borrowing cap provides another option for us to explore in the future. I can confirm that the council has engaged financial consultants to work with officers and stakeholders to develop a new HRA account business plan. This will take into consideration opportunities given by the removal of the HRA borrowing cap and inform the development of the housing strategy from 2019 onwards.
Do you have a supplementary?
Very briefly. Yeah. You have some 1,400 people on your waiting list at the moment, and you have 35% of the 13,500 houses which should be built around Wokingham designated as affordable. Is there any reason why the council cannot reduce this waiting list to zero, unless it's the determination of developers to build only 4 and 5 bedroom houses, which are obviously going to make them more money, and to pay their way out of affordable housing by handing money over to Wokingham to build affordable housing well away from their development?
Firstly, I'd like to straighten out your points on the waiting list. As you may know, there are 4 bands in the waiting list for housing priority. Band 1 is the highest priority. As of the 26th of October, there were 90 people on that list. That is people who have a statutory overcrowding or have a really serious need for housing. Band 2 has currently got 68 people on the list, and again these are people who are in overcrowded housing and really need proper housing. For band 3 we've got 196 people in, and these are in significant health and social welfare need. Band 4, however, can have anybody from throughout the country, regardless of whether they've got a local link or not in it. They're already adequately housed. They are in shared accommodation, but it's not overcrowded. They're out of the area, or they're deliberately worsening their circumstances. There's 1,086 people on the housing waiting list in that category. So when you're looking at housing waiting list numbers, you need to apply some intelligence and some extra information about how the waiting list is made up. We certainly are committed to building more affordable housing. We've built a lot of affordable housing through our companies in the last year. We use money, both borrowings, which we can get at relatively low rates, and also money from developers, which we reinvest in housing using our own land. We quite often take commuted sums for developers where otherwise it would be half a house that could be built, or one house, and that housing associations are not willing to manage such small pockets of houses in bigger estates. But we're looking at the moment at the opportunities for our housing companies to manage those on behalf of the developers. So I can reassure you we are very, very keen to provide more affordable housing. We have done a lot to improve the situation in Wokingham, and there is a lot more to do, but don't take housing numbers at face value.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Could we just establish if the numbers that we're using are individual applicants or households? Because my understanding is that all of those numbers are households and not applicants. So to talk about individual applicants is misleading. They're households.
So can I come back on that?
Yes.
Last time I heard the way you housed people was through households. You don't need 4 houses because you've got 4 individual people. Sorry, you don't need 4 houses because you've got 4 individual people in a household. The important number is the amount of houses we need, and that is related to households.
Thank you, Paul. Andrew Mickleborough.
Thank you. Recently, a keen motorcyclist living in Earley expressed grave concern that the wooden fence beside the cycle path on Lower Earley Way is a dangerous hazard to motorcyclists. Organisations I have canvassed since have made observations and raised sufficient issues to suggest that the residents' safety concerns may have substance and need investigation. I have conveyed their written responses to the Executive Member for Highways and Transport. In light of the matters raised in those responses, can the safety of this fence be assessed by highways engineers and the full findings and any recommendations reported publicly? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I confess I'm surprised that there are safety issues with this fence, since it was added to the cycle scheme specifically to improve safety for cyclists. However, I have asked officers to review the design and will report back to you and local members once the review is completed.
Okay, Mr. Mickelborough, do you have a supplementary question?
Is it possible at this point to give an indication of the time frame for this investigation and reporting?
We have to get the relevant papers out of archive storage, and I don't know how long that's going to take. I would try and get an answer by Christmas.
Thank you. Peter Dennis.
Hello. Wokingham has grown massively in prosperity and size in the last 25 years, due mainly to its highly convenient location to junction 10 and 11 of the M4, which is the artery providing easy access to Heathrow, the M25, London, and the ever-expanding IT, science, biotech, and engineering industries, which have made the Thames Valley their home. Considering the council is going to be short of £7 million in government grants next year, and will no longer have any access to EU funding, what steps has the council taken to counter the threat of these large and small companies relocating their European headquarters into the EU, along with other huge multinational conglomerates who have settled in the Thames Valley, who may also relocate or splinter, or have indeed already done so, or are in the process of doing so? If they are lost, if they lose their current passporting facility of goods, services and capital staff in the EU after Brexit.
Thank you for your question. Rather topical question, so it'll be 10 minutes to use. The council is increasing the frequency with which we monitor the economy, and we're working with partners including the Thames Valley Partnership Local Enterprise Partnership, which I sit on the forum, to plan for a range of outcomes that might impact the local economy as a result of Brexit. We're also in the process of developing a Brexit impact assessment and readiness for when the final details of the withdrawal agreements are confirmed. According to local businesses, Wokingham Borough remains a competitive location despite Brexit, because businesses have access to local talent, close proximity to London, and good communication networks. Brexit is unlikely to have a major impact on council finances, as the council currently only receives a relatively small amount of EU funding. The UK government is, however, planning to implement a shared prosperity fund to replace the European structural and investment funds, which the council will have the opportunity to apply for in the future.
Do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I do. When will the Brexit impact assessment be available for us? Bearing in mind that local businesses, we know for the last 2 years, have received £5 million worth of EU funding, so that funding is going to disappear, and that's going to have an impact on jobs and so forth. So when are you going to be delivering that?
Hoping to have that available at the beginning of the new year.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, can you just repeat that? I didn't catch it.
Beginning of the new year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Vanessa Rogers.
Hello, thank you. The borough relies heavily on EU migrant labour in the health and manual labour markets, as well as on the highly skilled sectors of the local industries. Has the borough recognised and prepared for the impact of a labour shortage in all these sectors, due to the fact that EU migrants, particularly in the NHS, are leaving the UK en masse, and the numbers are not being replaced by EU immigration?
Laura.
Thank you for your question, Vanessa. I appreciate the spirit that it's asked. Recruitment and retention of workers within the NHS and social care is well established as a priority, and it's only right that we, the public and users of the services, also care about this issue. So thank you for raising it tonight. But to answer your question, we have to look at the data. So 5% of NHS staff are EU nationals. NHS figures published this year shows currently there are more EU nationals joining the NHS than leaving. 8% of social care staff are EU nationals. If we look locally at Optalis, and they supply social care to a number of our residents locally, as well as social care staff employed directly by the council, both have a lower staff turnover than the national average. It's also worth highlighting that part of the local integrated care system, we've got a dedicated workforce strategy group, and that's made up of representatives from the local care companies. And one of their focuses is recruitment and retention of social care workers. When I asked the CEO of Optalis, Martin Barrett, about your question, he said that they'd seen no adverse recruitment retention issues linked to Brexit. But of course, we can only go on the current evidence that we have, and if this changes, we will adapt. But I want to assure you that recruitment and retention of the staff will be a priority, whatever the eventuality.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, I do. Right, well, today the Prime Minister yesterday proudly announced an end to freedom of movement and that EU nationals would not be able to jump the queue, but be in line with other multinationals who would be considered for immigration based on their skills and talents. As Britain faces a nursing shortage of 20,000 permanent staff this year from the EU, the number registering dropped by 87% compared with 2016-17 figures. Christie & Co. Consultants. And considering the UK has put a cap on skills levels, plus veto on migrant staff coming to the UK at less than band 7 or higher in the NHS, has the Borough put in place any training schemes for enterprise awards which could be offered, training schemes or enterprise awards which could be offered to young, unemployed, eligible people in the area to entice them to fill this gap?
Thank you for your supplementary. It might be worth if we both get in touch with the workforce strategy group that I mentioned, as well as the CEO of Octalis. So after the public question time, I'll give you my card, and if you want to get in contact with me, we'll see what they're up to and what they've got planned in light of the announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish to ask the question standing in my name.
Thank you, Mr. Fishwick. Speaking with officers about this matter, my understanding is that it has now been dealt with.
Mr. Fishwick, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Firstly, thank you for getting the temporary plastic bag replaced with a standard traffic sign to comply with the traffic signs and general directions. However, I do wonder what processes the Borough Council has got in place to track incomplete work such as this, and from your answer, it appears none. Therefore, it would appear that if it wasn't for my question to the executive member tonight, how long would it have taken the Borough Council to finish these works at such an important junction?
I'm afraid I was trying to be brief, as Mr. Mayor has asked us to be brief in our answers. We were well aware of the issue with this light bulb. The reason for the temporary fix was so that the traffic lights could be put back into operation very quickly on, as you rightly say, a very important junction. Officers were well aware of it and fixed it as soon as they could.
Hello. Because of its because of its location and its rural market town charm, Wokingham has attracted a huge influx of highly qualified and highly paid residential owner-occupiers and the attendant manual labour to service them, prompting massive residential and infrastructure development and redevelopment in recent years, with the town's population expanding exponentially. What contingency plans or risk assessments have the Council undertaken to assess the impact of an economic slump on its finances and services after Brexit, both commercial and residential, and especially in light of the current ambitious and very expensive and extensive town centre schemes whose development is financed by loans?
Thank you for your question. As explained in response to Mr. Dennis earlier, the Council is in the process of developing a Brexit impact assessment readiness for when the final details of the withdrawal agreement are known. We are all increasing the frequency. We're also increasing the frequency with which we monitor the economy, and we're working with the Thames Valley Lab, like I said earlier, and other partners to plan how we can signpost businesses to a range of support should there be an economic slump resulting from Brexit. Nobody knows that yet. Council finances or services are not reliant on EU funding, as the Council currently receives a very small amount of EU funding. The UK Government is, however, as I mentioned earlier, planning to implement a shared prosperity fund to replace the European Structural and Investment Funds, which the Council will have the opportunity to apply for in the future.
Do you have a supplementary?
No.
No. Okay. Mr. Carr,
he's not here.
Okay, we can get a written answer then. Peter
There is a history of lack of foresight within the council, such as installing new LED lights on London Road a few months before the road was widened, leaving the lamppost stranded in the middle of the inside lane rather than on the pavement. Likewise, a large number of trees have been planted in the past couple of decades and subsequently uprooted or scheduled for felling, even though it was known at the time of the planting that these trees were in the way of planned developments. Would you please inform me how many trees and at what cost have been planted during this period, only to be scheduled for demolition relatively shortly afterwards?
Thank you very much. Thanks for the question. The council's street lighting replacement project was planned prior to the Coffee Beach part of the Northern Distributed Road being agreed by the developer. Had the two schemes been contemporary, they would have joined up via a collaborative planning process and abortive works prevented. The timing in this case did not allow for this, and we're therefore making sure that all the materials are reused, that's the lamp columns, the light heads and the controllers, and any damage will be replaced at the developer's expense. When highway works are done, the council requires appropriate landscaping is carried out. Where new works become desirable, it is regrettable that original landscaping may need to be removed. However, we ensure appropriate new landscaping is installed as part of this process. Of course, any trees cut down can be used. We do not retain records which itemise the detail and costs of the works in the form that is requested. Thank you.
Mr. Humphries, do you have a supplementary?
Well, I'd like an answer to the first question really, because it's specifically about the trees. I'll give you an actual couple of examples which might change your answer. The planning permission for the Plough Lane housing development required that a sang was built, and that meant that several hundred trees were planted in the line of the new North Wokingham development route. The council were clearly aware that the road was going to be built at the time. It's on this council map, which I can show you afterwards, and I did point it out to several officers at the time. And likewise, at the western end of the said road, the Millennium Wood is going to be destroyed by the same road, and that was also known about at the time because this route has been long planned.
Could we have your question, please, Mr. Humphries?
Well, I'm still asking how many. I've clearly stated that this road had the proposed route before these trees were planted, thousands of them in fact. So I want to know why the council ploughed ahead, wasted public money planting these trees when they knew they was going to uproot them not that long afterwards. And are there many more examples? I know of these two, there are probably several others, and it's a complete waste of money.
Okay, thank you. You can't sit around just waiting for any developments and not do anything else. And I think also trees, we grow trees, we crop them, we use them for other things. So it's not a disaster when that sort of thing happens. So I think you know, trees get planted, trees get cut down. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we almost got there, but unfortunately, that's the last question.
Can I raise standing order 4212N and ask that we suspend standing order 4291 to allow the last question to be asked? That's the one that says 30 minutes for question time.
Do you have a second for that?
I'll second that.
Okay, those in favour? Mr. Booth, you've been saved. Would you like to ask a question?
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. Praise the first part of my question. My question is about the East Reading Park and Ride scheme. I'm concerned about its environmental impact, its financial viability and its impact on congestion. To address cost, congestion, clean air and climate change, it would be better if commuters used public transport or shared vehicles for the greater part of their journeys rather than taking cars so close to Reading. In particular, it will increase traffic in the area around Sutton's roundabout, increasing congestion suffered by peak hour traffic to and from Reading. I think the council should put this project on hold and reassess it before spending more public money on it and causing long-term environmental loss. Priority should be given to getting more residents to use bus and train for most of the distance from their homes to Reading. If the council is still convinced park and ride in the proposed area is a good idea, it should run a trial scheme using the vacant car parks in Thames Valley Park to test viability. So my question is, what are the current plans, timescales and cost projections for this proposed park and ride?
Thank you, Mr. Booth. This Thames Valley Park and Ride is funded through the Local Enterprise Partnership and has been subject to rigorous analysis to the Department of Transport's web tag evaluation system. Therefore, the costs and the revenues and the viability have been assessed and reassessed, because it is, as you rightly say, public money, and it is government public money that we are using, and therefore I think there is no doubt that we have got the costs and the revenues and the viability and the need of this scheme we've considered it, and it is passed the test. Therefore, we will continue to proceed with it. Aspects you talked about in respect of public transport, that is really why we are building this scheme, is because people want to get close to Reading before they use the buses. They don't want to take buses from long distance, and we believe that this will have a positive impact on congestion within Reading and all the climate change and other environmental aspects that will bring to Reading itself. Thank you.
Mr. Booth, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I asked particularly about timescales for actually starting the development work, the next phase of development work on this site. Can you enlighten me a bit more about the council's thinking on this?
I'm going to have to give you a written answer on that bit. I can't remember the exact dates, but I will let you know.
Thank you, members. We've got through all the questions. Right. Sorry. Well, I'll go. It's just got one more, sorry. Sorry, falling out of my pack. I do apologise. Okay. James Fox, I do apologise. Would you like to ask your question?
That's all right. With the announcement of plans to close Wokingham's Crown Post Office and the move to services to W.H. Smith, which has caused a lot of concern amongst people in Wokingham, as they feel this will have a negative impact on the town centre. While the council is not responsible for the post office, what is the council doing to support efforts to save this valued service in the community?
Thank you, Mr. Fox, for your question. As you quite rightly pointed out, the Post Office Campus is a commercial organisation that has a national strategy to move Post Office campuses to W.H. Smith stores nationwide, from my understanding. It's already happened in places such as Slough and Camberley. The move is part of a new 10-year agreement to relocate the post offices cross-Dutch branches into the retailer stores. My colleague at Council, Philip Murphy, will be writing to the Post Office campus to ask that they reconsider their decision of moving the Wokingham Post Office into the W.H. Smith store in light of the investment that has been made in the town centre regeneration programme. With the town centre regeneration work creating a vibrant and successful town centre, demand for town centre facilities such as post office services are likely to increase, particularly with the housing growth that is taking place in and around Wokingham.
Mr. Fox, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I do. Will the council be asking John Redwood to lobby to save the post office?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, we move on now to item number 58, petitions. Are there any petitions? No, there aren't. There are apparently no petitions. As I said, for the next item, I will actually be stepping into the body of the chamber. I do not require you to stand up, because I am a mere member. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. If any of those who have asked questions wish to leave, they may do so. If you wish to stay, you're quite welcome to stay and enjoy the rest of the proceedings. Thank you. Before we go on to the next item, which is the debate submitted by Mr. Chris Henniger and David Dexter, I've been asked to remind you about the rules concerning debate petitions. This petition seeks to debate on impending plans for development of housing on Barkham Square and any other sites that may be considered in the future. The rules in the Constitution which govern petitions do not allow debate on any planning decision or any current or proposed planning application. This means that we cannot debate the details of the allocated sustainable development locations or other specific planning applications. The petition envisages debate about traffic issues, loss of countryside and other implications for Barkham and surrounding parishes as a result of housing generally. Please therefore keep your speeches confined to generalised debate about these issues only. Thank you. Right, we move on to the petition debate, and I would invite Chris Heidegger and Lawrence Heath to present their petition. They can speak for up to 5 minutes, and that is shared between them. So you have the petition.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Chris Heidegger, and I'll do the first part of this, and Lawrence will do the next part later on after today. Over 4,000 residents of Barkham and surrounding parishes have expressed concern about overdevelopment in the Barkham area by signing this substantial petition. As I explained to you when submitting this, we had the opportunity to meet many hundreds of people while collecting signatures, and two resounding themes emerged over and over. Firstly, we were told we were wasting our time because the borough did not listen, did not care, had its own agenda, and ignored the views of the electorate. Given this strength of feeling, I had suggested it was time to begin listening and demonstrate your commitment by initiating actions, making resolutions, and delivering results that address the concerns of these people. Unfortunately, I do not have time to dwell on this important subject, as I must now set the scene for your debate on the second of these themes concerning overdevelopment in Barkham, which is, quite simply, enough is enough. The people have given you a very strong message, and I will address these concerns under 3 key headings. Firstly, traffic. Barkham is a rural parish with narrow country roads that cannot be widened without knocking down houses or spoiling countryside ambience. The SDL will more than double its size, an additional 1,000 homes in Barkham Square will treble its size. With less than 15% so far built, development of this scale will place intolerable pressure on all the surrounding roads and neighbouring parishes, as 86% of its residents currently travel to work by car. Planned road improvements of Arborfield Relief Road and 9 Mile Extension will do nothing to alleviate traffic passing through Barkham Road towards Wokingham. 2. Countryside. The countryside in and around Barkham rivals any greenbelt area. In a neighbourhood plan survey, 98% stated how much they value the countryside and welcome retention of separation between settlements. The SDL was sold by the borough as a separate community within a settlement separation boundary. But by considering Barkham Square, you will be reneging on this. Clearly, the people feel let down. Building on Barkham Square, neighbouring sites will not just be encroaching on these separation areas, but will fill them completely. This would be in violation of planning policy CP18, intended to maintain separation between the SDL and the surrounding settlements. The inspector who reviewed the MDD adopted plan in 2014 acknowledged its importance. This was further endorsed in a gaps and green wedge assessment, which stated, and I've just quoted, the existing gap fulfills the essential function of physical and visual separation of settlements. It helps maintain the separate identity of settlements. It contributes to the character and setting of settlements, and as such meets the criteria for retaining the gap designation. We need confirmation that all such planning policies will remain in place. Yes, our children need houses, but they also deserve having the countryside to enjoy. 3, last point, sustainability. Barkham Square is not a sustainable location, and if you were starting with a blank sheet of paper, you would not look here. It's poorly served by roads without a single shop. It's a developer-landowner-led strategy. Your vision plan states you will work with neighbouring authorities to ensure houses are built in the right place at the right time. 1,800 additional houses within SDL have been accepted by Barkham. So clearly, we are not opposed to more housing. project of this scale needs to be on main arterial roads. Barkham Square, other surrounding gap areas are not the right place for housing. It's neither sustainable nor affordable, and we question whether the planned infrastructure out of the green will all be delivered as promised. Having said that, we thank you for the benefits brought so far by the SDL, in particular £40 billion secondary school. This concludes the 3 strong messages from residents under the heading, Why Barkham? Why don't the officers come out there and hear their frustrations firsthand? 4,000 residents have given you a very clear and passionate message in the largest petition ever presented to the borough. Surely this cannot be ignored. Now I think is a fine time for the new leader of the council to listen and this to be fully debated. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening.
Thank you very much. Mr. Heath, you have just about 2 minutes. Okay, we come now into the debate, and would those members who wish to ask a question please indicate clearly so that we can get all names? Yes. Yes. Okay, can I call on Councillor John Kaiser?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The truth is, it doesn't matter if there are 50,000 approved applications in the borough, as it's all down to the ability of developers to deliver these homes, a situation which the council have no control over. We have developers who have permissions for thousands of houses, and they will take many years to deliver, but they still queue up for more by submitting additional applications for thousands more, encouraged by planners and landowners, without any prospect of them being delivered in the foreseeable future, due to the available resource and the sales rate. A classic example is the suggestion that Barkham Square be considered for 1,000 houses by the same company delivering the housing on the strategic development location, even though they have leased part of the land for 9 years. Yes, 9 years, because they don't think they're going to get around to doing it. To a film studio. On this same land forms part of that SDL, which in itself will probably take another 15 to 20 years to be delivered. This is 3,500 houses if you add the ones that are in Finch Hampstead as well. But the way this will place a blight on the existing residents' home will not only destroy the countryside, but the very life, the very way of life residents have become to expect. The levels of congestion by turning Barkham and the surrounding area into an urban sprawl will cause many traffic problems. We have a petition here before us tonight signed by 4,000 residents, the largest petition ever to be presented to this council to stop overdevelopment in Barkham, in the Barkham area, which is supported not just by residents, Barkham Parish Council, Barkham Residents Association and other groups in the area, but also by our MP, John Ribbon. Remember, in Wokingham, less than 20% of the houses approved have been built. And just look at the state of the traffic now. And unless somebody acts sensibly, there is little hope for the green space and environment. And that's before any new applications on top of the 10,000 homes we have already approved, which are yet to be built. Of the other two sites that were identified about 15 months ago, Barkham Square there was Barkham Square and 2 other sites. One was on Greenbelt, which is highly unlikely because of the protection afforded. An easy target, but it's not a good reason for its choice. My view is will be no more agreements of major sites for 3 years, and assess the situation after that. But I guess there's a fat chance of that. We're caught between the greed of the development and the landowners and the disastrous housing decisions that we've been referred to earlier on of the planning inspector.
John, you're getting very close, run out of time.
I was just going to say to you, and I hope you'll look for my sign when you ask for a motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Andy Croy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and thank you very much to Mr. Heiliger and for his speech, and to Mr. Heath for the very informative briefing note. I've got huge sympathy for your plight. My grandparents have been Barkham Ride for 50 or 60 years, and I spent many happy hours and days as a child running around Barkham Ride and Barkham, the countryside on the back of Barkham Square. I know it very, very well. The concerns you raise are shared by residents in all of our towns and villages. And as well as the very real future threat, many of our communities have already been irreversibly changed. There is also a fear that what is happening now, what may happen to Barkham and Rugfield now, will happen in the future to other communities. Residents in places like Finchampstead and Remelin must be looking on aghast as they watch what happens in Graysley and Barkham. The problems in Barkham will not be solved by turning the Barkham Road and Bearwood Road into dual carriageways. It's not just a question of building bigger roads. There's simply too much demand for housing in the area. So the question's got to be, how do we control that demand? And the demand is inextricably linked to the economy of the Thames Valley. Through an accident of geography, Wokingham finds itself in one of the most economically vibrant parts of the country. With our proximity to the capital and to Heathrow, we have enjoyed over 50 years of uninterrupted economic growth and consequent population growth. The time has come for some future growth to be redirected to the poorer regions of the country. It is only by taking the drivers of the growth from the south east and from London and the Thames Valley and moving them to other parts of the UK that we can hope to save the character of our towns, villages and communities. This includes, for example, not having a third runway at Heathrow. It may even include moving the seat of government itself if we really want to protect our communities. Whatever it takes, it will need to be big, it will need to be bold, and it will need to be radical. In the meantime, I share your fears for the future of our area.
Ian Pettick.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. First, I should say that I support this petition. Given the ludicrously high numbers of houses being demanded of the borough by the Conservative government, supported and kept in place by local Conservatives, we legally have to provide sites for housing through this diktat. As a result, I was in favour of the 3,500 houses being built in the Arborfield SDL, since it was a large brownfield site which was just too good to waste, and to which only a few green fields needed to be added in order to make it viable. This was on the understanding that the Finchampstead, Arborfield and Barkham areas would have done its bit for development across the borough. The development area was well defined in the borough's core plan and the SDL's master plan. We were promised there would be no creeping development around the edges of the SDL. We were also promised that the SDL would consume its own smoke, which included having its own medical facility. Few of the SDL houses have yet been completed, and yet here we are already with a proposal for an additional 1,000 houses, which is far above creeping development. The roads out of the existing SDL include Barkham Street, which heads south and enters my ward of Finchampstead South, as Barkham Ride. I assure you that my residents will not welcome the extra traffic this will bring. We already have queuing from Barkham Ride onto the Finchampstead Road in the morning. There is no desire for more. No relief road of any sort is planned for Finchampstead, despite the Deputy Leader announcing a few weeks ago that a new road had already been built in Finchampstead. I've been unable to find it. The NHS has turned down a request for medical facilities at the existing SDL even with a prospect of these further 1,000 houses. The expectation is that all new residents will use the existing surgeries in Finchampstead and Swallowfield, with that of Finchampstead already at capacity. These 1,000 additional houses are an ask too far for the residents of Finchampstead, Arborfield and Barkham. It is time that other areas of this borough, and perhaps elsewhere outside the borough, took their share of this unwanted load by not simply building the large numbers demanded by the Conservative government, but rather by building more of the bait types of homes for existing residents. Action which is largely in the hands of this Conservative-led government, which through inaction conspicuously fails to get commercial developers to deliver these. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Whilst I hear exactly what you're saying, and I totally understand the points that you're making, I would suggest that although this petition is very well intended, it is a little premature in the process as far as we're concerned. We only literally this week started the consultation of the local plan update, of which this site is one. So for me, I think all sites will be subject to comprehensive assessment and engagement before the council approves its preferred strategy and site allocation through the statutory local plan process. Subsequently, we will advocate these to the independent local plan inspector and resist the alternative options being promoted, taking into account the specific circumstances in each case. The process will only be complete once the plan has been assured by the inspector and then adopted by this council. Thank you.
Caldara.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And thanks to the petition organisers. I've been involved in a couple of petitions, and that is an impressive number of signatures. So well done. The petition contends that development of land at Barkham Square would be contrary to council planning policy. We can't really decide on that until we have a planning application, but I tend to agree. The council's planning strategy has been designed around putting development in certain areas, like SDLs, and therefore making it easier to defend against speculative development in locations outside these areas. Those were honest intentions, and our planning officers worked very hard to follow these intentions. At some point, someone's going to urge you to engage with the local plan update. You should. It might help, maybe. However, the local plan consultation effectively states the houses are coming, brace yourself. We've heard twice tonight that the problem is government inspectors. That sentence is one word too long. Governments of the last 8 years have created a planning climate overwhelmingly favourable to developers and continually urge them to build more, build bigger and build faster, while allowing them to hoard land and house prices to inflate. National planning legislation is a developer's charter, and that isn't changing. Last year's Conservative manifesto talked of freeing up land to make it easier for developers, and the current National Planning Policy Framework issued in July says that it wants to explore the potential for planning freedoms and flexibilities where this could facilitate an increase in the amount of housing that can be delivered. So the government has created a planning system that does things to communities rather than for them. I wish you luck with stopping any proposed development.
Thank you. David Drummond.
Good evening, Mr. Deputy Mayor. There is a requirement for affordable and local new homes across this borough, but only where the real local need is identified and appropriate sites are available. Local needs and sustainability should drive all decisions. I've been on this council now for nearly 16 years, and we have consistently told residents that we oppose the numbers imposed on us by a planning inspectorate who have been failing their duties to us for the last 15 years. There is an expectation from these individuals based in Bristol that they can flick their fingers and force us to allow building in vast numbers without any thoughts as to the implications to local residents and facilities. Proper planning, having identified real need, is essential. Very simply, they have matters back to front and always have done. Before you can build, you must have suitable land, located in an area with adequate road systems, rail and bus services, schools, doctors' surgeries, dentists, access to shops, public open spaces, etc. Without these facilities, any new residents could end up trapped in their homes. What we as your council have always done is to plan for the future, and we have required that any planning applications must take real local needs into consideration. That the quality of life we have all come to expect is there for everyone, not just the privileged few. Everyone must have access to essential facilities. However, our decisions have consistently been overruled by the Planning Inspectorate. Unless we take the bull by the horns and continue to oppose these poorly prepared applications so that the right result can be achieved, we will find ourselves swamped with what developers want. Don't forget, these are all money-making concerns. They're only interested in profit, whereas we, as your representatives, have to consider the medium and long-term implications of their greed.
Thank you. Lindsay Morris.
Thank you for presenting the petition. I believe that Wokingham Borough Council has not been forthright enough in opposing the overall number of houses being pushed onto our area. This figure, known as the Objectively Assessed Housing Need, or OAN, has ranged from anywhere between 850 and 896 homes per annum for over the 20-year period 2016 to 2036. Recently, this figure dropped to 752 homes per annum, but we understand that the Conservative government are now pushing this figure back up to circa 860 homes per annum. This equates to around 17,500 homes over this period. This ON figure for Wokingham Borough Council is at least 200 higher than any of our neighbouring councils, and in some cases more than 300 higher. Why, I ask, is Wokingham being expected to take so many additional homes? The increase in homes represents a 30% growth in properties over an 18-year period. It has taken Wokingham hundreds of years to get to its current size, but in a few short, crazy years, driven by the demand for 300,000 homes per annum proposed by the current Prime Minister, we are expected to be deluged with homes, leading to gridlock and chaos that would arise. Many of the reasons why so many people love to live here would be wiped away. The Council must act to get this number reduced. Less homes are required, especially for local people, but not at the detriment to everyone who currently lives here. A lower figure more in line with our neighbouring council needs to be achieved. Without such a reduction, our area will simply become inner and outer suburbia. The inclusion of 1,000 homes in Barkham Square would then simply be a consequence of this, in my view, unachievable and unwarranted growth figure. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Cow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start by saying the petitioners, the public questions are asked, and the eloquent speech by the member to date, I think, and the 4,000 signatures signed by residents of which I am one, deserve to be noted and looked at seriously by this council. One thing that's missing in the remarks made by Stuart Monroe said all sites will be comprehensively assessed. What he doesn't say is that all sites should be comprehensively assessed when they're like for like. This means if a site in Barkham wants to be put forward for development, it should be looked at in its own way, as if a site in Finchampstead or Swallowfield or wherever was put forward. But the Barkham site for 1,000 houses can only happen if council-owned land is used to provide the public open space and sang for this development. If you look at the open space, sports and recreation strategy of this council, and you took Barkham Square site and you applied all the parameters that are set out in the strategy, you would suddenly find it would not be 1,000 houses, it would probably be 350, something like that. The outcome of that means that it would not be sustainable by virtue of the amount of work that would have to be done to highways or whatever. So the reality is, it's totally unacceptable, it's totally unsustainable. The red line around the SDLs was there for a particular purpose, and it's why residents went along with the concept. But now to leach out of that through Barkham Square and the Reading Football Club training ground is a denial to residents of the promises that were made to them in the past. And this council, if it does it, it should be ashamed of itself. It's disgraceful to see them touting with developers to use our land so they can build private houses for their gain. If we're going to use our land to build houses, we should use our land to build our houses for our residents, not for the profit of the developers.
Absolutely.
And I would say that the open space and sports and recreation policy of this council must be applied in total to Barkham. I would even suggest, if it might be appropriate, that I would propose that no council land should be used to support private housing development in this borough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I have managed to identify all those who wish to speak. Is there anybody I have missed? Yes. Councillor Smith.
Can I just start by saying it's a fantastic 4,500 is a great achievement. And just to pick up on Gary's point, Councillor Carrott here, I'm not aware of any conversation, Gary's, that go on with developers. Myself and Stuart meet every Friday along with the officers and up until recently with the leader of the council. So I'll be certainly looking at that, and you can have my assurance if any of those meetings were going on, they will stop immediately. Right, well, we will pick that up, because the reason we've got to the position we are in now is you're talking in past tense. The site which was identified some time ago is one of the 300 plus sites, because it's now over 300, and we expect that to rise as we go through this process. And who's to know what might come out of these sites? But you have our assurance that we will be looking at every site, and we will go into all those details, and we'll be making sure that we will be coming back. And I urge all those 4,500 people to go online, to put their comments online, and come to one of the 8 events across the borough, because this, I think it's the first time we've ever done such a large consultation for residents. And for the very reason, I would urge everyone to come along and give us your views.
Thank you. Right, I now come to go back to Mr. Hager and Mr. Heath. They have the right to reply.
Right.
You have 3 minutes.
Right, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. First of all, can I just start with a clarification to Councillor Munro? The local plan update was supposedly well underway when the petition was circulated. The recent consultation, in fact, has only been announced in the last few weeks. So I think that somewhat invalidates that comment. The petition contained 4,000 signatures. That means that a lot of votes are riding on the issues discussed tonight. Wokingham is a relatively small authority and is perpetually the victim of unrealistic housing targets. We can all see how this has changed the face of the town from the way it was. Unsurprisingly, there's overwhelming sense amongst voters, enough is enough. Barkham Square would go along with creating an even greater urban sprawl to the south and to the west. The council can no longer sit back and accept government targets on planning. Developers have been extremely effective lobbying government to protect their interests. Local authorities must do the same. They must be equally effective with their lobbying. The fact that one building company executive recently walked away with a bonus of 75 million, while young people cannot afford homes, shows that the current planning system has failed. The ministry, the DCLG, or whatever it's called this week, needs to recognise that housing policy has become a numbers game which helps developers. It is well known that a local authority's decision to allocate land for development can raise the value of land 20-fold or more. This uplift in value should be spent on infrastructure and for local services for the community, not on luxury yachts for the lucky executives and developers. Meanwhile, the real housing problems remain unresolved. The people living in crumbling tower blocks and decaying Victorian terraces in the cities, the foreign workers living in garden sheds in Slough, young people unable to afford their own housing, lifetime homes for an ageing population, 4-bedroom detached houses in greenfield locations across the county do not resolve these problems. The council must aggressively take the arguments of government to achieve realistic outcomes. This means explaining why the targets are unrealistic. This means explaining why it is impossible to plan on the shifting sands of the 5-year land supply. This means telling the ministry it is no longer acceptable to have planning inspectors making up policy as they go and changing the numbers as they go along. To say that we have no choice but to follow government targets is complacent and I would say totally unacceptable. To build at Barkham Square, meanwhile, is a betrayal of promises made at the time of core strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I say thank you to all the people who raised points and to our 2 gentlemen who put the petition forward for keeping to time. Perhaps just the first speaker who, I won't mention names, was the only one who seemed to go out. Right, we now ask for a proposal to be put forward as to how the petition should be responded to. I don't know. Yes, I'll come to you, Stuart, first.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Yes, I have a proposed motion which does not mention any particularly one of the 300 sites, because if we did, we'd have to do the same thing for all of the 300 sites right in the middle of the process. So I'm happy to say that we'll look at it all fairly, but I don't have to mention any specific site in the process. It would prejudice the whole process that's going on.
I thought that John stuck his hand up, and as board member, I would have thought you would have gone to him first.
I didn't see his head.
Oh.
Is there a second vote? We'll vote on this one first. So, would you like to read the vote? Yeah.
Actually, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Very similar to what I said earlier. All sites will be subject to comprehensive assessment and engagement before the council approves its preferred strategy and site allocations through the statutory local plan process. Subsequently, we will advocate these to the independent local plan inspector and resist the alternative options being promoted, taking into account the specific circumstances in each case. The process will only be complete once the plan has been endorsed by the inspector and adopted by this council.
Sorry.
Could I have a clarification of the process, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, for the benefit of everybody else present, that we now have to vote on this without any further discussion, and if it falls, we can have another one?
That's right, yes. Okay, so all those in favour? No, sorry, we want to second that. Yes, Wayne. Did you want to speak, Wayne? No.
There's no debate.
There's no debate. There's no debate.
You speak now or whatever?
No, there's no debate.
No debate, right. Okay. All those who wish to support this proposal, would they please show?
Voting to do nothing.
Those against?
So much for local democracy.
Have you joined us, John?
Motion carried. That is the end of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Those who have been involved in the advocacy. Just goes to show you can't always get what you want, no matter who you are. Thank you. Okay, if we move to item number 60, which is the IRP review. Mr. Berman.
Mayor, members, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tom Berman. Before highlighting this year's Independent Remuneration Panel report, I would like to introduce my two fellow panel members, Nick Oxborough, the Deputy, and David George, and to thank them for their contribution over the past 12 months. This is our second year reporting on members' remuneration, a job which we do pro bono, as they say. I should also offer a big thank you to Democratic Services for their support, and particularly to our very efficient Secretary, Alan Worm. Depending on members' vote this evening, I appreciate that the three of us, it might be our swan song, Thinking of swans, one is minded of the annual prelude to the Henley Regatta, when the swans are removed from the regatta course. A few years ago, this job was given to an old River Thames hand, a Mr. Turk, known as Commander Turk. And on the occasion that his men were cornering the last three of the swans, putting sacks over their heads, lifting them into their little boats, there was a group of young American rowers who'd never seen anything like this before, nor did they know anything about the Thames Valley. And they called out across the water, "Gee, what are you doing to those swans?" At which Commander Turk crossly shouted back at them, "We are taking them off to cook them." So on this point, I'm hoping that members this evening will not make a meal out of our report and its recommendations. Members are busy people, and tonight's agenda is rather full, so I'm assuming that most of you will have focused at least on the 12 recommendations at the end of this year's report. Therefore, taking these as read, I would like to present to you just 6 bullet points concentrating on key issues addressed in the body of the report. First, as a panel, we are jealous of our independence. We take great care to arrive at judgments based purely on evidence, and we test every potential recommendation against 3 principles. Is it reasonably affordable? Is it reasonably similar to other unitary authorities, i.e. so-called benchmarking? And thirdly, would borough residents consider it to be fair? It is regrettable that this year there's been an accusation that this panel is politically motivated. We will not dignify that with any statement of defence, only silence and a thick skin. Secondly, in regard to evidence concerning special responsibility allowances, SRAs, this year the panel has taken a lot of trouble to look into council committee meetings in order to judge the weight of responsibility being carried by some members and some committee chairmen. It's important to say here that in doing this, we were looking at what was involved in the job description. We were never concerned with the competence of the current job holder. That is not our business. This has led this panel to the conclusion that we have to be modest. We have, in fact, recommended changes to only a small proportion of the posts attracting SRAs, because we realise that to understand fully the decision-making and accountability involved in many posts, we would have to shadow the job holders on almost a weekly basis, and clearly that's not a practical proposition. Thirdly, we have recommended revisions to the SRAs pertaining to the leader of the council and to the opposition. We submit that the leader of Wokingham Borough Council is in a similar position to a multi-million-pound company chairman. It is virtually a full-time post, and that by any comparable standards, an increase in this SRA since it was last raised 9 years ago to £22,500 now is entirely reasonable. By contrast, the leader of the opposition carries no responsibility for the executive decisions made by the council, and is not accountable for the resulting successes and failures. Does that merit an SRA equal to 1/3 of what the leader receives? The considered judgment of the panel is that it does not. We fully appreciate that a strong opposition is an important element of local council democracy. And in that context, we are recommending a new, carefully constructed formula for SRAs to apply to all opposition group leaders for the future. Fourthly, and this concerns our recommendation number 6, it should be highlighted that Wokingham Borough Council is most unusual, if not unique, awarding SRAs £2,000 each to deputy executive members. Earlier this year, this panel was advised that it should and would have sight of a paper providing a more structured definition of the roles of Wokingham Borough Council deputies as well as of executive members. But this document has not been forthcoming. Consequently, the panel has not felt competent at this time to recommend any changes in the SRAs for members of the executives or their deputies. But in view of the missing information, it has seemed appropriate and reasonable to recommend that the budget for these SRAs, executive and deputy executive members, which currently stands at £100,000, should be capped at this level. Fifthly, returning to the collection of evidence, the panel has looked for evidence from every possible source within the council, including senior officers and by benchmarking externally. But we take the view that the most valuable evidence comes from hearing from members themselves. This year, we particularly asked that more members should come forward to give us their views. And it's disappointing to report that over the 2-year period, this panel has seen less than half of the 54 members. There seems to be something of a mismatch when there is near enough a full house of members this evening wanting to vote on our recommendations, yet half of those present seemed unwilling to come to talk to us. Sixthly, and finally, in section 35 of our report, we refer to, and I quote, a number of fairly senior, long-serving members expressing concern over the apparent power of patronage used by the leader of Wokingham Borough Council over many years. We've been hearing this consistently over the 2 years. This refers to the appointment of members from the leading political group, not only to WBC posts rewarded by SRAs, but also to paid non-executive directors on council-owned companies and to paid position on the Royal Berkshire Fire Authority. We make clear in our report that this is not within the remit of the panel, but it should be a matter for serious review by the council itself. We would urge the executive to consider how this looks to the ordinary Wokingham Borough taxpayer, and whether this should lead it, the council, to impose further restrictions on the award of payment to members through the council's constitution. In conclusion, this panel has not reached its recommendation on party political lines, has not concerned itself with public relations or what the press might say, but has followed the evidence, used its independent judgment and kept in mind what borough residents would consider to be fair. We trust that members will respect this and that regardless of preemptive reporting in the Bracknell News under the headline, "The Conservative Group Slammed the Independent Remuneration Panel," that members will be equally independently minded in voting for our recommendations. Mayor, members, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. I commend this report to you and trust that we'll have your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we go any further, somebody's blocked a member of the public in. It's a white Mini, RF16LPL. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Let's get back to this. Okay, Pauline.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First, I would like to thank the Somebody switched it on. First, I'd like to thank the Independent Remuneration Committee for all their efforts. I know they put a lot of effort into this, even though, unfortunately, the Conservative Group are unable to support the recommendations to change councillors' allowances. Amongst the recommendations were proposal to increase not only basic councillors' allowances, but also the pay of the council leader and the chairman of planning, whilst decreasing the pay of the leader of the opposition, the leader of the Liberal Democrat group, Lindsay Ferris. It is in all our interest to have a properly resourced opposition, and we believe the proposed reduction to the funding of the opposition leader is unwise, unfair and undemocratic. We also believe it's the wrong time to increase the allowances for members whilst the authorities' finances are being squeezed so severely. We understand the logic for your conclusions. We don't think at this point, with the nature of the finances, it would be appropriate to take them. Despite senior members of the Conservative Group making views clear to the panel, the recommendations remained unchanged. The situation in England is rather strange. In England, councils are required to have an independent panel of residents or IRPs to recommend on councils' allowances, but we're not obliged to take them. This is in contrast to Labour-controlled Wales, which has a single IRP setting allowances for local authorities across the country, and where allowances are almost double those paid in Wokingham Borough. It would be welcome if there could be a cross-party review of how the IRP could better take on board the views of all councillors and the public as a whole. As far as this recommendation is concerned, the Conservative Group will vote against the changes to allowances as outlined in proposals 1 and 4 to 8. And I would further propose that if everybody else in the Chamber is in agreement, then we accept proposals 2 to 3 and 9 to 12 on block.
Do you have a second for that, Paul? Julian, do you want to speak now, Julian?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I may. I'd also like to thank the IRP for their sterling work. I know that you've actually met more often than this council, so thank you very much for that. I think the language used actually in the press release that you've actually read, I hope, is probably inaccurate. It doesn't sound like Councillor Yorkson to me. I do take on board your recommendations, but we also, as public members, have to take on board not just the tough times that our residents have gone through, but I think every member in this chamber, while we're actually here, we need to remember that we're here to represent our residents. So whilst I think it is laudable that in theory it would be nice to actually increase the allowances, and I take on board your review and the last time they were reviewed, I think for us across this chamber, I think it would probably be the wrong time, and I think our residents would appreciate that. I do agree with Councillor Yorkson that I think we should have a cross-party review of your remit and to look at other areas that I know you're keen to look at. With regard to deputy executive members, that has been raised on a number of occasions, and I am very keen that any deputy executive member appointed has a clearly defined role, and I hope that we can work with you on those in the future. Thank you.
Okay, now is there anybody else who wants to speak? I've already taken your name through and the Labour, Keith Baker. Anybody else? Gary Cowan? Okay, approved.
Because we don't like the idea of councillors voting to set their own pay levels, in the past we've usually, as a Lib Dem group, supported the IRP recommendations. as they were at least independent. I think we would rather have national bans, that's now our party policy, national bans set by type of council and role with some local discretion. We passed that at our autumn conference, and unsurprisingly I agree with it because it was my suggestion. Although we've supported all the recommendations usually in the past, this year we find we can't. We can't support all of them, although I do thank the panel for their efforts, and I agree with much of what the chair of the panel has just said. But here's why we can't support all of them. There are now 3 political groups on the council, and a new small extra allowance for the leader of the third group makes some sense. But the roles of leader of the council and leader of the opposition are the same as they were before. So why is the IRP proposing to increase the pay of the leader of the council by £2,500, but reduce the pay of the leader of the opposition by a roughly similar amount? Now, I have been leader of the opposition. I have no intention of being leader of the opposition again, so I have no personal interest in that figure at all. Okay? But beyond that, the IRP also says the money for the leaders of the opposition groups should depend on how many members those groups have, but is calculated in a way that means they could gain councillors but lose a chunk of their allowance, or even end up with no allowance at all because of the cap. But the pay of the leader of the council stays the same whether the majority group loses or gains councillors, and that just doesn't seem fair to me. And it still wouldn't be fair if it was the Tories in opposition and the Conservatives running the council, which I have to say, if the Conservatives continue as they are, could well happen before too long. And finally, in my 3 minutes, there's the issue of the 2% increase in the basic council allowance. Now, last year, Labour objected to that as if it was worth not £65 a year, but £65,000 a year. The Lib Dems gave it to charity. We're about to see what gets agreed for this year, but it's our view that with the council's finances as they are, now is not the time for a pay increase for us, as like the one proposed, even one as small as that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Berman, Mr. Oxborough, and Mr. George. Mr. Mayor, every member here and every resident in the borough should be proud and grateful for the hard work put in by the unpaid volunteers of the panel. I congratulate them on the great efforts they've made to consult with us and on all the meetings they have had to produce such a thorough report. I'm sad to say that I've read some extraordinary comments in the press relating to the workings of the IRP, and I have to say how strongly I disagree with the comments. To criticise the IRP for having too many meetings is simply wrong. To invite comparisons with meetings of the executive and the council is frankly bizarre. The executive and the council are little more than rubber stamping exercises for the Tory whip, and not serious exercises and decision making. I trust this outburst by the current deputy leader is the last gasp of the old regime, and not a marker of the direction of travel of the new regime. Just remember this Tory council has already seen 2 resignations en masse by previous independent panels. We cannot afford to lose a 3rd panel. So please, let's cut out the criticism of the panel, apologise for any misunderstandings created, and respect their work. Even as we all respect the work of the independent panel, and it is an independent panel, the panel, I am sure, respects our right to make a political decision on how we vote on the recommendations. As a rule, our group will be voting against any increase in any payment to any member, and the Labour group's allowances will stay fixed at the pre-austerity levels set in 2010. While we recognise the work of the leader, the chair of planning and the planning committee members, and all members, now is not the right time, as everyone has finally conceded, after several years, for members to be taking more money from the public purse. The major exception to this is the lack of increase in allowable claims made to cover the cost of carers. The current rates may be above the minimum wage, but they simply do not reflect the cost of adult social care. We also welcome the suggestions to increase the scope of the IRP's remit and to increase transparency, so thank you. Just this week, we've heard of the impact of austerity on local health services, with 9 of 14 general practices refusing to offer vital NHS health checks. Under the Health and Social Care Act of 2012, the Borough has a statutory duty to provide these checks, and the reason The Borough Council was unwilling to increase a small fee last agreed in 2013 because, and I quote, there is no money. It's against the continuing and pernicious effects of austerity in Wokingham that I welcome the change in heart of the Tory and Liberal Democrat groups. Finally, Mr Mayor, and the very last line of the report asked if we could have line by line and recommendation by recommendation voting, and I hope we can do that, because I've got a feeling it's going to get a little bit messy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As with others, I'd like to thank the IRP for their diligence in producing this year's report and the associated recommendations. Members may recall that I refused to take any increase in my allowances, turning down both the basic allowance increase and the increase of £100 in the out-of-pocket allowance last year. So when Labour members constantly comment about the fact that they did not take these increases and the Conservatives did, they are being misleading. I am a Conservative councillor and I did not take either of those. So next time you say that, please at least credit me for what I did. Now, for most of my time as a councillor, the Conservative group has always refused to take any increases. That's only recently changed in the last few years. I fully understand the views of this IRP and previous IRPs who have urged councillors to take these inflation-based increases, as the rate soon starts to reduce in real terms. Absolutely true. Your argument on such recommendations are very, very sound, with solid logic behind them. However, as councillors, we must always consider what residents' views are on us. This relationship is very tenuous, but important to all of us here in this chamber. It is clear from the press, on the doorstep, and on social media that the opinion of local politicians by residents of all parties is now even below that of estate agents and bankers. Probably the only group of individuals lower than us currently are MPs. I believe it's incumbent on all councillors in this chamber to try and rebuild that link or trust with our residents. We need them to start thinking that we are giving them value for money. That's each and every one of us, from their council tax. Only then, maybe, we could start increasing our basic allowance. Therefore, I will, as with the Conservative group, be voting against any items that result in monetary change. For clarity, that's items 1, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. My final comment is about the final paragraph of section 35 on page 59, where the chairman of the IRP, I think, alluded to it. I note it is not a formal proposal, but it is one that I totally agree with and have done for years and publicly stated that. In fact, last year I resigned my non-executive directorship because I was already drawing an SRA, not having to. And I'm very, very pleased that the new leadership has already said that the IRP ought to consider expanding it as appropriate. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's been a funny old couple of days, really. I've got the agenda for the council today, and part of it was to debate the IRP. And then I got a letter this morning, an email this morning saying from Anne Hunter, Democratic Services, on behalf of all the organs, saying the Conservative group is going to accept recommendations 2, 3, 9, 12, not accept recommendations 1, 4 and 8. Now this is before this council ever met and ever discussed what was in the papers. So there's no point in any of us being here because you have the majority vote and you will take that decision. Which then comes on to the next thing I read, was the Wokingham Times. And the Conservative group, where Julie McGee-Sumner, as the new leader, said, what I want to do is to take us back to what the council should be doing. I want us to turn it into a council that listens to its residents and tries to come up with solutions. At the same time, I remember another leader recently departed who made the same promise last May when they got a trouncing in the local elections. And so I just hope that Julian's promise is honourable. But then to end the matter, the Wokingham Conservative group, calling Jorgensen submitted to the paper, the Conservative group has slammed a panel of independent residents for a report they produced commenting on councillors' pay. The report, if you look at page 64, the bottom line is the suggestion of the panel was that this had been made as a means of securing political loyalty was an interesting point. But it made a point that it was suggestions made by members who went to see the IRP. Only 25 people in this room went to see the IRP in 2 years out of 54. Yet all of you will be voting on this one way or another, and I assume it will be with a three-line width. But what I couldn't understand is that the paper went on to say that councils could earn, it said 23,000, but 23,000 is denominated to the executive, or they're on the fire service, or they're on other bodies, and this, I think, clearly is very, very wrong. The Conservative group also condemned the council for the IRP's method of saying councillors were critical of the number of meetings the IRP held and the amount of council officers' time taken to support the panel. It said they met 14 times, and that's more than the authority's full council and executive met in the entire year. I should think we should be thanking the IRP for giving 4 more days of their time for nothing to interview all of us and to look at ways of producing an independent report. They gave more time than this council did, they gave more time than this executive did, yet Councillor Jorgensen criticises them on behalf of the Conservative Party. And I think that's a shame. They should be ashamed of it. Yeah, one final point. The final point he said it would be most welcome if there were a cross-party review of how the IRP can better do this work. And I think that's a complete disgraceful thing to do. This Conservative run this party is an independent remuneration panel, not anything. Get 3 people that are voting Conservatives to be an IRP.
Thank you, Gary.
A point of personal explanation.
You put your microphone on.
It puts yourself off. The first thing to say is that I didn't at any point say that we slam the IRP at all. I will read my quote out, which I think should have been in the paper. I think it is right that the Conservative group will vote against increasing councillors' allowances. This is simply not the right time to be using council stretch finances to give ourselves more money. In particular, we feel that giving the council leader more money whilst taking it away from the opposition leader is completely wrong. How could we look the local people in the eyes if we supported this? I know that the councillors, including the leader, attempts to raise their concern with the IRP. This panel does not seem to take on both those views. It would be most welcome if there could be a cross-party review of how the IRP could better take on board the views of all councillors, as well as reflecting the opinions of the public council.
Thank you, Rachel Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to echo my fellow councillors' comments and thank the independent review panel. They've clearly done a very thorough job, and I, for one, appreciate that they took the time to meet with me and hear my views. And I would welcome the increase in the remit of the IRP. However, in the current climate, I believe that it would be utterly wrong for councillors to award themselves another pay rise this evening. We are enduring a period of sustained Conservative austerity. Despite what the government may claim, it is clearly continuing apace. As we are frequently reminded, this authority has experienced the full force of cuts with a massive reduction in the revenue support grant, causing vital services to be cut or slashed altogether. Our residents are suffering the needless effects of this austerity every day, whether it be in uncut grass, potholes, or more serious issues such as our stretched children's services or lack of proper funding for adult social care. Wokingham's food bank is as busy as ever. Against this backdrop, it would seem obscene for councillors in this chamber to vote themselves yet another pay rise, especially at a time when real-time wages for the majority of people have stagnated. We can't even afford to retain our school crossing patrollers, yet if these recommendations are accepted, councillors would be willingly choosing to channel funds into their own pockets rather than contributing to essential services in our borough. Last year, I sat in this chamber as a resident and I watched in disbelief as Conservative and Lib Dem councillors voted for a rise, with some proudly stating how they would be donating their share of part of the rise to a charity of their choice, as if it was rightly within their gift to do so. I simply couldn't believe so many councillors thought this was acceptable against the backdrop of cuts. Labour, on the other hand, has repeatedly voted against these rises, year on year, and we will do so again. And I hope that many more this evening will follow our example. I ask you, how do you think residents would feel if the pay rise was agreed here tonight? Their council tax has risen by an inflation-busting 5.5%, yet councils would be awarding themselves a pay rise rather than paying for our essential services. This is not what people elected us for. With austerity as the backdrop, now more than ever, taxpayers expect their money to be spent wisely. For these reasons, our allowances will remain frozen at 2010 levels, whatever the outcome of this evening's meeting. We will be voting against the 2% pay rise, and I'm pleased to hear many of my fellow councillors will this year do the right thing and join us in voting against this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to the independent panel members. You've done a great job. Thanks for your work, especially as it's free, which I wasn't sure about, to be honest, when you were criticised about taking too many meetings, but clearly if it's free, the idea that you've met too many times is patently ludicrous. Anyway, I hope also that we should be able to vote on the recommendations line by line tonight. We've had 8 years of intentional austerity foisted on this nation. So it's not been the right time. It's not been the right time for pay rises for 8 years. So congratulations for Wokingham Conservatives on the penny finally dropping and you adopting the long-standing Wokingham Labour policy of refusing pay rises. I will not also be voting for an SRA increase for the leader. Generally because we don't agree with anyone getting any money at the moment while austerity is going on, but also because the financial situation of this council is so deliberately opaque. I also respectfully disagree with the panel on the childcare and dependent carers allowance freeze. It's incongruous with increasing council allowances to keep that one down. And finally, I want to apologise to the panel on behalf of a large number of members in this chamber, across all parties I believe, who did not agree with the blatant and outrageous attack on your independence and impartiality by some in the Tory group. The IRP are merely reporting what they have been told by a number of...
the evidence. Shows, yes.
The IRP are merely reporting what they have been told by a number of fairly senior, long-serving members. I would suspect the majority of those comments were actually from Conservative members. The RP have said that we should not only be doing the right thing, but should be seen to be doing the right thing. I couldn't agree more. The RP recommendation is that the Council amend its constitution to remove this problem by preventing members appointed to more than one post to receive remuneration for only one post. That seems fair and equitable to me. To call that political is shameful, and those who made that comment should withdraw it and apologise.
I just want to make an observation. It is clear that the IRP report was leaked to the press several weeks ago because I was contacted and I refused to comment because I said it is not in the public domain. I was also contacted this week and I said I refuse to give a comment because it is for here that we make the decision. So I think it is very disappointing that any comments are made on this before it gets to the council chamber, and I hope that next year that we can learn from that and that nothing goes out. And if we're contacted, please just say I have no comment. And I have issues with what's in here, but we'll now come to our vote. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I just want to, it's not a personal explanation, but it's to do with the statement that's just made. I too thought the paper had been leaked, but checking with Democratic Services, it has to be published, I think it's 30 days before the agenda that's published here. And that was why the Wokingham Times had it in there. I too thought it was leaked. That's what Democratic Services...
An apology, but it was quite a few weeks ago.
Thank you for that enlightened and competent calling.
I find myself at the moment feeling that I'm in two completely different council chambers, listening to two completely unrelated debates. And the reason for that is that the Labour members seem to have prepared their speeches before coming this evening and didn't actually listen to the proposal that was made. Had they done so, they might possibly have amended what they were saying. That's why I'm confused. Maybe in future they should listen rather than just prepare in advance what they want to get over.
Mr. Mayor, just listening to some of the members, some members making some accusation about the Conservative.
Try another one.
Thank you. That's much better. Obviously, some of the members have made some accusation regarding Conservative members. I think that is not fair. If they've got some evidence, they should share with us who said it, because constantly there's been denial that it does not come from our group. So I think if they've got some evidence, they should actually share with us. Stop accusing some things, Conservative group or any member who actually haven't said those comments.
Thank you. We haven't got time to do that investigation. Maybe the leader of the Conservative group might like to write to the people that have made those comments. Okay. Okay. Right, Pauline, back to you.
Right, so I would like to propose that we vote for recommendations 2, 3, 9, 10, 11 and 12. And against recommendations...
Can we take all
4, 5, 6, 7 now. We'll try to take one at a time if you prefer.
one at a time? Easier.
Every time I switch this on, it switches back on.
It doesn't like you.
It doesn't like me.
Pauline, it's quite complicated.
Yeah.
I think it would probably be easier if we voted on each section.
I'm quite happy to do that. It's just going to take a long time because it's a recorded vote, but that's
I'm
fine.
advised by Democratic Services that's what we should be doing.
Okay.
Okay. Right. So do we understand what we're doing? We're going to be voting on each individual recommendation. Gary.
Is it a recorded vote, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be by law. Does it? I apologise. I'm wrong.
You want to recall the vote? I've got no problem with that, Gary. I mean, you just won't probably get to your tree in motion. But if you feel that way, that's fine. Okay, so recorded votes, so we need to get to... Oh yes, sorry. Is there 6 members that want to support Gary on that? Sorry. No? Right, okay. It doesn't look like you've been successful there, Gary. I know. Right, section 1. Recommendation 1, for or against?
Well, give us a choice.
You need to call one out. Call one out. Call
Okay, section 1, those for. Those against? That's not carried. Well, that was easy. Section 2, for. That's carried. Section 3.
Come on. For or against?
For against.
Say 4.
Section 3, 4.
I'm trying with the floor up here at the moment, so it's a main. Okay, that's all. Section 4.
Which 4 or against?
4.
That's 4.
Recommendation 4. 4. Non-acceptance of, sorry, you see I told you to complicate, I'm confused. Non-acceptance of recommendation 4.
Yes.
We're not recommending that, right? Number 5. Number 5, non-acceptance of recommendation number 5.
Sorry, not against.
Against.
Where we call those against?
What? Against 4.
Number 5.
Against number 5. Against number 5.
I'm abstaining on 5.
Right, let's go back. Let's do 5 again, shall we? Okay.
What we just did, we voted against it.
Was that,
Everybody was against it, I think.
Everyone was against it, apart from me. I abstained.
Was anybody for it? No.
You're so confused.
Number 6.
Again.
For number 6. Against number 6. For number 7.
So getting this confused is...
Before or against now?
Against number 7.
Say it out loud.
For number 8.
I'm abstaining because I'm on the planning committee. I'm abstaining.
For number 8.
For number 8.
For number 8. Those against number 8. Against carried.
It's not carried.
Acceptance of recommendation 9. 4. Okay. Those against. Those acceptance of number 10. 4. That is carried. Those recommendation for number 11.
4 number 11.
4 number 11. That is carried.
Against?
Against number 11. Those for recommendation number 12. Those against? That is carried. Okay, thank you very much. That was very straightforward and interesting. I'd like to just thank the panel for all their hard work. I think it was expressed by almost everybody here that they recognise the voluntary work you've done to them and your team. Just want to leave that there. Okay, we're moving to now section 61, the appointment of the interim chief executive. I believe it's to be proposed by you, Stuart.
Yes, it is. Yes, I'd just like to propose that Heather Thwaites be appointed interim chief executive to carry out function of head of pay service. I was at the personnel board that suggested this week brought to council for approval, but I thoroughly recommend council support on this one. I thank Heather for her work.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Pauline, do you wish to speak? Okay, so basically, Lindsay, would you like to speak?
I am pleased that Heather has agreed to cover the interim chief executive role for the period until a new chief executive can be appointed. We on this side wish her well in this role.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? If that's the case, can we go straight to the vote? Those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Number 6, section 62, Wokingham Health and Wellbeing Strategy, to be proposed by Pauline Henry-Simons. Yes, Pauline. Would you like to speak?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor. This is a fascinating survey and it's based on a good deal of research about our borough. It's well worth reading. I fully support the 3 key priorities which you can see on page 75, so I won't read them out again. The strategy itself contains evidence of the positive work that is going on through the borough. It's a straightforward document, a wholly positive strategy. So I have great pleasure in proposing a recommendation to approve it and to allow for the implementation of the engagement plan and the creation of an action plan.
Warren, do you have a seconder? David Hare. Would you like to speak, David?
Yes, please. This paper about the Wellbeing Board is important, and we are now the Wellbeing Board, not the Health and Wellbeing Board. And that makes an important distinction that we're looking at everyone's well-being, and that's important. And certainly the 3 goals that we have, as Pauline said, are very important, and I won't reiterate them because time is short, but they're important for this area to make sure that we tackle them, because they are the most important things in this area. Well-being is about how you are, how the people of this area are. As an authority, I ask myself, is this our well-being, or sometimes is it our finance and things like that that we look at and we use to judge ourselves? And I feel that on the Wellbeing Board I do get challenged about my assumptions and preconceptions, and I hope that everyone will read this paper and allow themselves to be challenged about what they think about other people's lives. So let's look at well-being and make sure that we consider that as part of the positive things in this authority.
Thank you, David. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? Keith Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm actually going to support the recommendation, but I just want to remind people that this document and the agenda has gone out in the public domain. Yet throughout the document, it only ever refers to Wokingham. 2/3 of the councillors are in here aren't in Wokingham. So can we please get people who are writing reports like this, like the Wellbeing Board, to recognise we're Wokingham Borough. It's not just Wokingham. I'm fed up with it. Thank you.
No doubt it'll be in the minutes, Keith. Angus.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to applaud the change from the original health and wellbeing strategy here, both for health and for wellbeing, the introduction of realisation about activity in all its forms. This was missing early on because I think it came straight from the old public health agenda, but now it is recognised for the value of that to all our residents and the knock-on effect to reduce the call on our medical services by people being less obese, more active, or whatever part it is that improves both their health and well-being.
Thank you. Andy Croy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have several issues with this strategy. But first of all, it's not a strategy. Secondly, it's not been reviewed by the Health Overview Scrutiny Committee. And thirdly, it's deeply misleading, painting half a picture. It's not a strategy because a strategy is a plan of action designed to achieve a long-term or overall aim. Within this document, I can find just 6 aims, just 6 things we can measure. I can find a lot of interesting statistics, lots of graphics, lots of words, lots of good intentions, but it's very slim on actual hard targets. It's not a strategy. But it hasn't been seen by the Health Overview Scrutiny Committee. I appreciate this may not be a requirement, but one would have thought that HOSC should have the chance to consider this document before it comes to full council. Finally, the document, in spite of all of the very useful information it contains, is misleading. There does not seem to be a single reference to the causes of the problems identified in the report. To select a few examples, Wokingham food bank gets mentioned, Woodley food bank doesn't. But incredibly, there seems to be no mention of why we need food banks now, and we never used to need them. On the very large page, on the very last page, hidden at the back, the report identifies that 25% of the children in my ward live in poverty, or 10% of all children in the borough live in poverty. The report also says that almost 5,000 households in the borough suffer fuel poverty. So the second wealthiest borough, the fifth wealthiest country in the world, we have thousands of young people, old people, and entire families living in poverty, and this report does not say why, and it doesn't even start to address why that might be the case. It offers no clue, no sense of the cause of poverty. There's not a single mention I can find, and hopefully someone can correct me, there's not a single mention I can find of the effects of 8 years of austerity on well-being. We hear time and time again from the police, from health and social service professionals, from our officers and from our residents about the impact of austerity and its impact on health and well-being. But somehow all of this has escaped the report. This so-called strategy needs to be rewritten and properly scrutinised by COSC before it comes before the council again.
Thank you. Morning, you're right to reply.
Thank you very much. Well, yet again, the Labour Party has failed, in this case, to read rather than to listen. Because had they read, they would have read the recommendation that if we pass it, allows for the implementation of an engagement plan and the creation of an action plan. This is the first step. But that aside, I would also like to endorse what Councillor Keith Baker said to anyone that writes documents about this borough. We are Wokingham Borough, we are not Wokingham Town. I propose a recommendation.
Okay, I'd like to put the recommendation to a vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Okay, number 62. Changes to the Constitution to be proposed by Chris Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to propose the 10 changes to the Constitution which have been recommended by the Constitution Review Working Group. I hope in particular, Mr. Mayor, that you look favourably on the change to limit the length of supplementary questions from members of this council and members of public to 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Can we have a second, Chris? Morning. Would you like to speak now? Is there anybody else who would like to speak on this matter? Right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would have liked these changes to the Constitution to have been more wide-ranging, as I put in my submission to the Constitutional Working Group. Firstly, I would like there to be no time limit for public questions, for member question time or for petitions. If a resident needs an answer to a question, they should get it and should be able to ask a supplementary question. If an elected member of whatever political party wishes to hold the executive to account, they should be able to do so. No artificial time constraints should be put in the way of residents or councillors, because some councillors want full council meetings to be finished by 10:30. All councillors take their allowances, and the executive members take extra allowances. Sitting after 10:30 should not be a problem. I also believe that when a resident or a councillor asks a question of an executive member, the executive member should have the courtesy to give a reply in writing at least 24 hours before the relevant meeting. This, I think, will improve the quality of some of the replies. This will give the questioner time to work on a supplementary question that might actually have more relevance to the original question. It might stop some of the unnecessary political replies that we've seen recently. Questioners might actually be happy with a better quality of reply and not feel the need to ask a further question. So we might actually save time. Councillors will be interested to know that several other councils do this, including our near neighbour, Surrey County Council. I'm told by councillors and officers that this system works well. I also believe that there should not be time constraints for motions put forward by councillors. Tonight we have 4 motions. We might not get to them all, but all 4 are relevant and should be discussed, because that is what a member of this council has asked for. This, fellow councillors, is called democracy. I hope the Constitutional Working Group will be bolder when they next make recommendations to the council.
I wish to make a point of personal explanation to Councillor Jones. You have stated that councillors here shouldn't be afraid to be here past 10:30. I am still working. I am a comparatively young person, and there are also councillors in this room who are young and still working. We have commitments that mean that if we are here too late, it affects our performance at work. I believe that every councillor in this room wants to ensure we have diversity, and that includes diversity of whether people are working or retired. Too late meetings mean that it becomes a difficult choice for me and people like me as to whether we can continue this and continue working. I will just say that that is my view as to whether meetings should be extended or not. It means it can become very, very difficult for me to maintain a job. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
I think that we could start the meetings earlier, and we could also have more meetings.
I got here about 5 minutes before the meeting because I was travelling from London.
Chris, can you just sit down? Imogen.
I think I understand what the problem is with that myself, as I also work full time. But what I'm going to say is in point 9, I believe that we should support this amendment as it adds extra security, requiring 2 executive members to sign off contracts over 500,000. But it does highlight a concern that we have, that is the concern over the size of contracts that executive members can sign off without bringing it before a committee. And that's really what I'm going to say. Thank you. Keith Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to pick up something that Clive says. Apparently he wants more unlimited time for answers, etc. I seem to recall it was only a couple council meetings ago when they issued a press release published in RSC and Wokingham paper about the answers were being too long because it squeezed the time and stopped motions. I wonder what the real is. What's the real point they want? Is it unlimited time, or is it we've got to reduce the answers? You can't have both.
What I said was, yeah, all right, unlimited time for questions, not for the answers, not for the questions. So if there are 20 questions, we take all 20 questions. If there are 5, we take 5.
We've got to get to the motions.
That's what I said. So.
Okay. Any more? Anybody else want to say anything to this matter? Yes, Pauline.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just to point out that this is actually a cross-party committee, the Constitution Review Working Group. We had a very long and lively debate about all these items, and I would like to thank the Liberal member for playing a full part in that. There are differences of opinion about this length of meetings across the council. What we've tried to do is balance the need for transparency and the need for people to ask questions with the intention to get decent answers and not end up with 5-minute speeches as a supplementary to question. I just point out that the conclusions of this group, I think, from memory, were all unanimous, and we, as I say, we did discuss it properly, and we will continue to discuss any information or any ideas Clive has got in future as well. Just can't always guarantee we agree with it.
Thank you, Pauline. If there's nobody else wish to speak, shall we will go to the vote.
Yeah, just to clarify, it's a 2-party group. It's a Conservative Liberal Democrat group. It's no input from us.
Chris,
Although you have turned up.
Sorry.
Turned up to
observe, yeah.
Chris, all right to reply.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to reiterate really what Pauline said, and thank Councillor Jones for his suggestions. We'd be very glad to receive the Constitution Review Working Group. And the section of your political group might give a little more weight. I do disagree with the 1-minute limit on the supplementary. I support the limit. I think 1 minute is quite sufficient to ask a genuine supplementary question which follows the original answer, and not a prepared speech which was written before people got to the chamber. To answer Councillor Dubay's point on 9, I think it's a matter of balance with so many of these things, not requiring an executive meeting in this case, and just going to one or two executive members. Of course, it's slightly less scrutiny, but I think it's worth trying. We'll see how it works out. If it doesn't work out, then we'll consider again. Thank you.
Okay. Nobody else wishes to speak, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Okay. Right, 64. This is a proposal of a period of absence from meetings by Councillor Oliver Wickett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to get a headache. I would like to propose the period of absence from the meetings for Councillor Oliver Whittle, who is unwell.
Do you have a seconder? Do you wish to say something?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to endorse Councillor Jorgensen's recommendation. Councillor Whittle had his operation a couple of days ago. He's out of intensive care now. He's now in the high dependency unit, but he's doing well. So hopefully we'll see him back in this chamber in the coming months.
Okay.
We're sorry that Oliver has been unwell, and we wish him and his wife well. He is a well-respected member, and we fully support his request for a period of absence from meetings. We wish him a speedy recovery.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this matter?
Yeah, just to reiterate just to reiterate, could you please pass on our best wishes to Oliver and return to get well soon?
I'm sure the whole council will reiterate that. Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Right. Morning, as Deputy Leader. Will you lead 65 statement?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I've got nothing to say as Deputy Leader at the moment. I just wanted to give a quick update on housing. To point out that the Council remains committed to delivering much more needed affordable housing in the Borough, helping people go to the first rung of the housing ladder, through shared ownership and providing more affordable rental accommodation. The current development programme suggests there will be 386 affordable housing completions in the Borough this year, made up of 188 social rent, 166 shared ownership and 32 intermediate affordable rent. We will also open Broadway House in January next year, providing an extra 10 units of temporary accommodation to reduce our use of bed and breakfast, which is obviously better for people concerned and also saves us money, so it's a good benefit both ways. I'm also pleased to be able to confirm that we are progressing the Ritchie Close Self-Build project, which was discussed recently at the Affordable Housing Implementation Group. That is all I've got.
Is there any other executive members who wish to speak? Norman, Anthony, Norman. Norman.
Thank you very much. I have three things that I'd just like quickly to bring to your attention tonight. Firstly, as you're aware, RE3 over the last year has been running a campaign to increase the amount of glass that we recycle, called Lot of Bottle. We've got a number of events throughout the year, and we've even named the new glass collection trucks just to get more and more publicity. That has resulted in a more than 4% increase in glass recycling during this year. So that's been a great success. There were 49 groups engaged in that whole process. Around 30 of those were schools and young people's groups. For example, Wokingham Brownies got involved in the process. So there was a competition, and the prizes for that are going to be awarded very soon. The second item is just to update you on the introduction of food waste collection from April next year. The preparations for that are well underway, and all the containers and instructions on what to do will be getting rolled out in February and March next year. The blue bags will be distributed earlier than the previous year to get them out of the way before all the food waste items are delivered. So the blue bags are on order now, and they'll be going out early in the new year. So just to remind everyone, there's no change in collections, weekly collections, same number of blue bags, and the food waste will get added. Third item I'd like to bring up is that the the site for the new build of Goulmush Leisure Centre has now been officially handed over to the construction company. The demolition site clearance is finished, and the construction company took over earlier this week. So they're doing all the preparatory work and setting up on site. You'll begin to see the building coming out of the ground in early spring. Still on schedule to open in the summer next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In early October, I think it was, there was an article in the Woking newspaper which said that I disbanded the traffic advisory group which David Lee had previously set up at the beginning of the year in response to a petition, which was actually untrue, and I think we got our wires crossed because it clashed with party conference.
What we done instead?
I would like to just announce that we will have our first meeting on the 27th of this month, and I'm particularly wanting it to focus on congestion alleviation, both the tactical stuff that we have currently, and also, as we've heard tonight, we've got challenges of new housing developments over the next 20 or 30 years. And having done the highways brief before, as David probably and I went to say quite often, the roads that we put on the local transport plan in 2006 are only now just being built. So if we want roads in 2030 or 2035, we need to have a good idea where they should be going now, because it takes 10 to 15 years for them to come through the process. So I'm looking forward to that group, and I think that it will provide an opportunity for particularly some local residents to contribute to our deliberations. At the last council meeting, I think it was 2 council meetings ago, we approved the new highway services contract and highways maintenance contract, and I'm pleased to tell everyone that the mobilisation and demobilisation of the various contractors is taking place. I would like to thank Rochelle for attending our cross-party meetings, that we are monitoring this, and say that we missed you, Lindsay, though I understand you were otherwise engaged. The other aspect links again back to congestion. I was driving into Wokingham a couple of weeks ago, and there was an accident on the M4, which meant that there was problems on the M4 and the traffic was being diverted. There was a murder in Finchampstead. I must admit, I thought Finchampstead was a lot more civilised than that, but there we are. Was it working with that? Then I apologise to Finchampstead for maligning them, but obviously parts of working without are a little uncivilised. I also discovered later that there was problems on the M3 and the M25. This shows what happens when a few things happen on the wider network. It took me an hour, I think, to get into Wokingham. I subsequently came across an app on Google, which Simon sort of looked at me rather askance and said, well, didn't you know about that? And the answer was, no, I didn't. For those of you who do know, you will know it. For those of you who don't, in Google Maps you can switch on a congestion aspect, and the more information that I think residents need and have at their disposal to plan their journeys, as I'm very aware, given a lot of issues in mind about that. And I'm trying also, this second point linked into that is, I've had long discussions with officers around how we communicate congestion issues and network disruption issues to residents, because I'm very, very conscious that officers do a lot of communicating, but sometimes residents don't receive it. And so with Sarah and her team, I've been working on that, because I think it's really important that if there is an issue, and I've got an issue in my ward which is going on for a number of months, the more residents and drivers know that that's going to take place, they either can leave half an hour earlier or they can find another route. And I think the more information we give people, the better. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor. 3 things I'd like to report on. Given the challenges over the last year or so in children's services, we were pleased with the outcome of the recent Ofsted inspection, which focused on our front door and on our working with the multi-agency support hub. The challenges are well known. There have been an increasing number of children coming through our front door, coming our way to child protection, and the impact that that's had on social workers' caseloads, and the number of interims we've had in our senior staff. Use of agency staff has brought the caseloads down now to a normal level, and we have a working group looking at future recruitment and retention issues, and the inspectors like the plans that we're developing. They also recognise that we now have stability in our senior officer team. We have a permanent director in place, and just today we appointed an excellent new assistant director for education, whose name is Paul Doherty, subject to the usual occupational health checks. On Monday we have interviews for an assistant director of social care. So from next week we hope to have a fully permanent senior team. 3 things stood out for me in the Ofsted report. Firstly, that we know ourselves well and what needs to be done, that we're doing it. That the inspectors were satisfied that no children were found to be unsafe. And lastly, that our staff are making a difference to children's lives, as they put it. And that is particularly pleasing to me. Secondly, St Dominic Savio Primary School has come in at number 184 in the Times Best Primary Schools list. They're the only Wokingham State Primary School in the top 250. I should like publicly to congratulate the head teacher, the staff and the pupils for their hard work. Lastly, you will all be getting a letter from me to ask you if you will contribute to a Christmas gift from you as corporate parents to our children in care. The officer in charge of children in care has asked that this year we contribute to hampers for the children in care leavers, who often live on their own and have few opportunities to spend Christmas with their loved ones. I've already circulated an email to everyone asking your view on that before I go back to Anisha Reid, who is in charge of these children. So please could you email me with what you think, so that I can go back to her with the majority view of what we'd like to do. Thanks very much to all of those who have replied, and to those who haven't, if you could let me know by the end of this week, being flexible, let's say the end of Sunday rather than the end of tomorrow. But if you could let me know by the end of the weekend, then I can start to get that organised. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Pauline. If there's no other executive members who want to speak? No? Okay. So we move on to the next item, which is the statement from capital owned companies. Who's standing there? We've got 2 hands here. Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to draw members' attention to David Lacey, who's our independent broker of Optilis, that he's been nominated for a Pride of Reading Award in 2018, whilst 2 other members of the Optilis team have been nominated for Leadership and Teamwork Awards at the Great British Care Awards. I'm sure you'll all join me in wishing them well, but also it's a reflection of the quality of staff that Optilis have and the quality of services that they provide. Our registered CQC rated services continue to show great progress through a combination of introducing technology and constant attention to detail from our staff. Today, 70% of our estate is rated good, the opposite position to that of 9 months ago. The remaining areas are waiting inspections. And I would like to pay tribute to the CEO, Martin Farrow, because when he was appointed, there were a rather large number of services that were rated as requiring improvement, and I've been very impressed with his turning these around. CQC have asked our Suffolk Lodge service to advise a local provider on how to improve their CQC rating. This follows our recent CQC inspection, which resulted in a straight good rating, which previously had required improvement. And there's been a big turnaround at Suffolk Lodge, and I think, again, we want to pay tribute to the work that they've done there. And finally, a slightly humorous note. Optilis press releases in the last month hit a circulation of more than 120,000, which surprises me, but all good to them. Thank you, Mr. Matthew.
David Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a brief note from the housing companies. You've heard a number of points about our statistics earlier on this evening. But the housing companies do continue their search for sites to provide more affordable homes across the whole of the borough. The current cycle sees the completion of a number of small sites, with the redevelopment of Gorse Ride North now really gathering pace. We're also moving towards planning on sites to provide another 80 houses or so, hopefully during this new financial year. We're equally taking possession of units aimed for essential workers over this winter at Peach Place. And, actually, at this stage, what I would like to do is to caution some members who tend to put their party politics before the needs of residents in opposing sites they know are appropriate and will eventually be built on. From the housing company's point of view, this is extremely disappointing and is counterproductive and leaves families without the homes that they need.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, now we're now moving on to members' question time. 30 minutes. It would be very helpful if you asked the question standing in your name. Okay, Rachel Shepherd.
Very short, Anthony. Just doing the roundabouts at the A329. Are we going part-time with the lights or not?
Thank you, Rochelle. As you are aware, these roundabouts and their signals were designed specifically as a result of the redevelopment of Winner's Triangle. I think, David, you and I remember them going in the first place. And we were told by Mark Moon at the time that they had to be done because of the levels of future traffic flows. However, I do share your frustration about traffic lights on roundabouts, particularly when they interfere with natural traffic flows, and particularly outside peak hours. I have used those roundabouts late at night and nobody else is there, and yet you have to stop and wait for non-existent traffic to take priority. Previously, and David will remember this, we were told that the government didn't like them and had forbidden them, and therefore we couldn't do them. However, I have sought clarification from our officers on DOT guidance on this design, since as I said, I've been previously told that it's forbidden. I think what I'll do is I'll keep you informed as to what I hear, and if we can make some changes, as I think, which would help traffic flows outside peak hours, I will do so, and I will let you know.
Real short. Bracknell already has them and it's had them for a long time. I don't know if the sprinklers are going to go and shut down the traffic signals or not, or whether the Department of Transport is coming to get them.
Well, I think I will. I'll take some advice from Bracknell then.
I'll ask a question standing on there.
Thank you, Gary. National policy and guidance sets out the importance of the plan-led system to ensure the certainty and priority of future development. The existing Berkshire Mineral Plan dates from 2001 and the Waste Plan from 1998, so both plans are therefore in need of review. Wokingham Borough Council, Bracknell Forest Council, Reading Borough Council and the Royal Borough of Windsor and Maidenhead are working together to produce a joint minerals and waste plan. On adoption, this will replace the existing plans, ensuring up-to-date policy and thereby greater certainty as to where development is directed and where it is not. The joint minerals and waste plan is being prepared at the same time that the Berkshire local authorities are having to update and extend their existing core strategy local plans due to changes in national planning policy and guidance. If we are to provide a complete set of up-to-date planning policies which provide the greatest level of transparency for residents and certainty for decision making, both the minerals and waste plan and the local plan must be updated on overlapping timeframes. Turning to the link between the plans, whilst it's desirable that minerals are extracted and used within the same general area, it is generally not possible to achieve this on a very localised scale. Whilst some minerals extracted in the borough will be used here, Minerals will also be used to support development across Reading, Bracknell and Winton Maidenhead, and probably further afield. Similarly, some minerals extracted elsewhere will be used for development within the borough. Regardless of whether a local plan or a minerals and waste plan is progressed, sites for housing, mineral extraction and other uses will continue to come forward and will need to be assessed. Thank you.
Gary, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I think that the minerals and waste, although it's been a long time since there was a plan, the minerals and waste existing plan show minerals as a 7-year surplus. So as I saw it, I didn't see any particular rush to get this passed in 2019. But it was interesting that the housing and the minerals and waste both were going to public inquiries in 2019, and for reasons best known to themselves, when the housing numbers are pretty much in place, the minerals and waste stays where it is, but the housing has been moved to 2021. I just wonder, is that because that's a fallow year when there's no election?
Well, the answer is no. So they're being progressed. It's early stages with the mineral and waste plan. The first stage of public consultation has been carried out. There will be more consultation. Nothing's certain as yet, and there's lots more to do, so there might be changes as time goes through this.
Yes.
My question is about Woozle Underpass, the graffiti and violent imagery that's on it, and I'm asking what's happening about the anti-graffiti rendering and what happened to it.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Emma Jordan. I have received this morning some photographs of the mural, which I've been very impressed with. On the mural itself, I can't see any graffiti on there.
Oh, they cleaned it.
And I'm told that by Pete Baberstock that they cleaned that relevant graffiti off. Cool. Though there is a couple of bits of graffiti on another wall, which I'm told will be removed. Yes. But I don't think it meets the standard that you were objecting to. Yes. I've even looked up Matthew 26:52, and I don't think that is.
He who lives by the sword dies.
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't think that was insulting in the way that you were referring to the other things.
You want me to show you what was there before?
No, I think I probably don't. But no, exactly. I thank you for bringing it to our attention, and if it happens again, let Pete Baberstock know so that it can be removed. And I will check the rendering, and if it needs to be upgraded, I'll sort it out.
Well, my initial question was about the rendering. My supplementary was about what we were going to do to try and stop it happening again. So, if answers is true to his work,
I think stop it happening is probably beyond my powers, but dealing with it is probably within my powers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What plans does the council have to improve air quality in the borough?
Thank you, Clive. The council is committed to improving air quality in the borough. We monitor nitrogen dioxide at over 40 sites in the borough, and have identified 2 areas in Wokingham Town Centre and Twyford Crossroads that have nitrogen dioxide levels slightly above the recommended limits. These locations have been declared as air quality management areas, and air quality action plans have been approved and are being implemented by the council to address the issues. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. It's well known that lower speed limits result in lower emissions. Would this council support reductions in speed limits on the M4 after the completion of the smart motorway between junctions 10 and 12, which pass close by Lower Early, Embrook, Winnersh and Shinfield? A reduction in the maximum speed limit from 70 to 50 would significantly improve air quality for thousands of residents and their children, especially those living in Hillside Ward and Auckland Ward close to the M4. Please be bold, commit the council to this policy of lobbying the government to take this measure to improve air quality. You got an opportunity to make a name for yourself.
Thanks for the opportunity. As you well know, because I was at the same public meetings that you were at, as far as the M4 smart motorway is concerned, you put forward a the proposal of a permanent 50-mile-an-hour speed limit on the M4, and the Highways England declined that request. The speed limits on the M4 are a matter for them, and the whole idea of the smart motorway is that they will control speed limits according to the flow of traffic on the motorway. So at times when it's not busy, then it will be the national speed limit. At times when it's more congested, it will be lower so that they can smooth out the flow of traffic. It's not necessarily the case that the lower the speed, the lower emissions. It's quite a complicated story, but certainly moderate speeds in high gears are probably the best for fuel economy. Thank you.
I'll shorten my question. My question's about the £14.5 million we've paid for 3 commercial properties, including Barclays Bank in Marketplace. What figures for costs and income were used in the business case that was made for the purchasing of these 3 properties?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Lindsay, for your question. The council as a landlord may have different responsibilities at different properties. Let me try and explain that a bit firstly, depending on the property and the lease in place. As you know, we've got a very professional team running this that's done this professionally many years in very large organisations. So we're very lucky to have that experience to do this. Generally, we are responsible for tenant care, income collection, insurance and monitoring of tenants' obligations and restrictions under the lease. And a lot of due diligence has been done on these properties, I can assure you. The nature of the tenant's obligations depends upon whether they are on a full repairing and insuring lease, such as Barclays and Fish Ponds and the Fish Ponds Road, or internal repairing and insuring lease as at Marlborough. Yeah, so they're different depending on what they are. In the case of the FRI, if I might call them that, full repairing and insuring, the tenants are responsible for the property in every way. Yeah, obviously. So we just collect the income. The lease is this lease model is popular with investors, so attracts a lower rate of return as landlord risk and expertise to manage is lower. In the case of the IRI, like we've got at Mulberry, yeah, these are usually larger multi-let estates requiring more professional management at the expense of the tenants. Yeah. These tend to be larger and more complex. However, the added complexity of risk and reward are reflected in the rate of return. Our portfolio is a mix of both types of lease. Yeah? The income quoted of 507 is not the annual income from the assets required, but an estimate of the likely gross income from the date of purchase to the end of March 2019. Annual income will be considerably greater. Net initial yield is measured on net rent receivable after any non-recoverable cost, but before deductions of any debt costs. That is the basis of the 507 that was reported for this period. It is an estimate of the likely rental income before paying out interest on money borrowed. After allowing for the interest on the debt based on our current tenants, all of these properties, the actual net income after interest payments for the full year is likely to be just under 600k. A true return on cost of 3.8%, which is pretty good rate of return.
Thank you.
Yes. Can you advise of what interest rate this £14.5 million was borrowed at by the council? My information is it was at 2.9%. Are you able to confirm this?
Obviously, the rate for the Public Works Loan Board and where the Treasury function for using this money varies, but that is my understanding of the average rate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the Tory party conference, Theresa May said that austerity is over. Can the executive member for finance tell us? Well, excuse me, there isn't. Can they tell us whether the austerity refund cheque for the £35.9 million taken from this council since 2010 has been received yet?
Thanks for your question, Carl. I think, firstly, probably you've misunderstood the basis of austerity. Austerity was called because in 30 years of Labour being in power, they tripled the debt, they increased public sector debt by 125%, and they generally spent all the money, as is confirmed by the letter from Liam Byrne that he left the Chief Secretary. And just to remind you, I brought you a copy for you.
Can we have one?
Can you keep it? I think you might need it for the future.
Lindsay wants one as well, okay?
Yes, please. Is
So
that the copy, is that the copy of the original?
No, it's not. That
Great to see
aside...
the loving continuing.
Sorry?
It's great to see the loving continuing.
I shall put this on the wall.
Thank you. And there was a very interesting Liberal one which I didn't print out, which said after several years in coalition. Sorry. Okay. Anyway, so finally, to answer your question, the council has not budgeted to receive any refunds because the money has been used to pay back the deficit caused by the Labour Party.
Tax cuts for the rich.
Except it was new Labour, I understand.
Thank you for that sort of answer. Let's kind of freestyle a bit here. The reason for austerity was to bring down the debt and to eliminate the budget deficit. The debt has doubled, it's now nearly £2 trillion, and the budget deficit, which was supposed to be eliminated by 2015, according to George Osborne, we learned from the budget last month, will not be eliminated, probably maybe until 2023. So that's the reason for austerity. You haven't done any of that. Okay? So, no, that's not a question. That was a statement, sorry. Okay, assuming, whatever the figure is for the money that we're owed, are you going to ask the government for our money back?
As you know, we've been continually lobbying the government as the lowest funded authority in the country, and we will continue to do that. We've recently had some good news on roads and also adult social care, where we've got some money back, and we will obviously continue to ask for more money. Just to comment about your statement about the ongoing debt, although I'm not Chancellor Exchequer, I must say that until you actually pay off debt, you can't reduce the actual amount owed. So the public sector net borrowing under the Conservatives is now so far reduced by more than 2/3. So we are getting there. We are not there, but we are getting there. And if we'd had a lot better hand dealt by the Labour Party, we wouldn't be in this mess.
Okay, we move on to section 68. Board matters. Who wants to speak?
Tim. Oh, thanks very much. Mine's a ward question to the Executive Member for Highways. Earlier today, a member of the public raised a question re the safety of the fence along Lower Early Way. Can the requested report also make reference to the number of times that the fence has prevented a cyclist wobbling into the road or a young child from straying into an oncoming car? I appreciate that non-accidents may be difficult to measure. Perhaps the local press present could ask their readers. Thank you.
As you say, a difficult question to answer, but if I can, if there is evidence that supports your request, I will do so.
Gary.
A very quick question to Pauline, actually. With three leaders in about 3 years in the Conservative Party, and the probability that we'll have 3 IRPs by tomorrow in the same position, would you consider this an ongoing...
That isn't really a ward question, is it, Gary?
In Harbourfield, you should have said.
There was a question relating to the IRP report earlier this evening. So it's a committee matter.
Good try, Gary. Good try.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few weeks ago I was counselling in my ward and I came across a fantastic couple. They were European Union citizens and they were moving back to Ireland because they felt very, very unwelcome. What can you do to reassure them, if they're still here, and the hundreds of other European Union citizens in my ward who've just been told that they are queue jumpers? What can you do to reassure them that this borough will not treat them as queue jumpers?
So you've got questions for me?
I don't know who answers it.
Okay. I would reiterate that all European Union citizens, together with the rest of the citizens from all around the world that we have living in our borough, are very welcome and are very productive and contribute greatly to our community. It's not a thing about the EU, it's a thing about everybody who lives here is equally welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a question for the Executive Member for Highways. There are 2 stations in Winnersh. Winnersh Triangle has no disabled access facilities whatsoever, and Winnersh itself, according to the National Rail Inquiries, has level access to passengers wishing to go to Wokingham or Waterloo, but not for passengers wanting to go to Reading. Well, it used to be okay, and the platforms haven't changed, so I don't really understand why it's only on one side, although actually I do have doubts whether there's access even on one side at the moment, because they don't seem to carry the ramp at all anymore. So it's really not good enough. The Vice Chair of the Parish Council has already been actively working on this. Will the Council work with the Parish and Borough Councillors to persuade South Western Railways to improve disabled access to these 2 stations?
I am very happy to work with you and with your Parish Council, though, as you are aware, it is not a function of the Parish Council, and given the expenses that Wokingham Station had to go through to comply with disability access, I don't know what we may be able to achieve, but if we can, very happy to do so.
Since the Winnersh Relief Road was approved by Planning Committee already, what's taking so long to actually start doing things? I will say I'd like to thank the officers very much for the work they've helped us with to redesign a few small pieces that were necessary, but it's taking a year. It's not even going to start till next winter practically at this point. What are they doing?
I don't have that information to hand, but I do know that it's being funded through the local enterprise partnership, so there may be aspects relating to that, but I'll get your written answer.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is for the Executive Member for the Environment. Will the Executive Member find the resources from either Early Town Council or Wokingham Borough Council or both to reinstate the public footpath between numbers 29 to 31 Kitwood Drive in Hawkden Ward to a longer footpath which runs behind Kitwood Drive and Wickham Way, which is also in need of repair? These paths have fallen into disrepair since they were laid well over 30 years ago. Our residents in Hawkden deserve better from the Council.
Okay, you haven't brought this up with me previously, but if they're Borough Council owned assets, and sounds as if they are, then we should be doing something about it, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. My ward question is, several roads around the Joel Park area of Embrook North have recently been resurfaced. This excludes Jubilee Avenue, which is the main route in and out of the area. This has multiple potholes filled in heavily rutted surface. I find it very odd that this one road has been missed during all this resurfacing work, and it is probably in the worst condition. Please can you advise on when this road is likely to get resurfaced?
I don't have details of those roads to hand, and I don't have the details of the assessment of the relevant road that you're talking about, but I will get you an answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We now move on to number 69, which is a motion. The first motion, proposer.
Before we go, this is probably the best time to do this. Can I ask that standing order 4 to 12 that we continue the meeting beyond 10:30 so that we can, not 12:30, no, I'm not trying to get that far, so that we can at least try to get 2 of the motions in properly. Thank you. If not all 4, briefly.
Okay, have you got a second? You want to put that to the vote? Those in favour?
We have an amendment though.
Yes, yeah, never mind that.
Sorry.
Sorry. Sorry, I'm miles away. That was a slight number.
Okay, so if we can move to the first motion. And that is proposed by Rachel Shepherd. No, you have a seconder? Pauline.
Got your briefing note there.
This motion came about because of the building of the Embrook Secondary's math box and its lack of sprinklers. We thought the motion we did several years ago required sprinklers in all new school buildings. But apparently we were wrong. This time we're being unequivocal in saying all new school buildings larger than 150 square meters, which is basically a 2-porta cabin building, or greater than 1 story, built within WBC, must have sprinklers, period. Not optional, period. The Royal Berkshire Fire and Rescue Service will be introducing bills in other local authorities in Berkshire shortly to require installation of sprinklers in schools. We're just the first to do this because we're leading the way. Woking usually leads the way. Why are we doing this? Because parents value their children. I think everybody values their children. What is more important to the parents is their children's safety and their education, which can ensure their future chances in life. What price would you be willing to pay to keep your children safe? If a fire breaks out and damages the school, the loss is not just felt by the taxpayers of the borough, who have to pay for a new school, it's the loss of the education of the students. Imagine what the results of a GCSE, A-levels, or SATs would be if students had to do mock exams or extra coursework in porta cabins or in inadequate alternate locations. The level of anxiety of doing well in the exams is extremely high, and little changes, or in the case of temporary study areas, can alter their performance greatly. 56% of 1,300 fires in schools are classed as non-accidental. According to the government statistics by DCLG, the average cost of school fires between 2000 and 2004 was £58 million per year. Using other facts about sprinklers, the fire services would have said the residents of high-rise towers would have survived if sprinklers were present. This is not the only place we should have them, not just schools, other places eventually, but right now we're doing schools. Thank you.
Who would like to speak on this motion? Would the seconder like to speak first?
Yes, I think I will, please, Mr. Mayor. Okay. Well, I am aware that Councillor Angus Ross is going to propose an amendment, and I'm perfectly happy with that amendment. In fact, I thank him for it because it adds clarity to the motion. A few years ago, this council passed its first motion about introducing fire sprinklers, but it was not sufficiently unambiguous and opened the way to officers' own interpretations. This motion clarifies that they need to be installed in all new school buildings of a certain size, even if they're on existing school sites, and whether the school will be run by this authority or as an academy or a free school. It's also something that's being promoted by the fire service itself and also by insurance companies. The fire service's priority these days is on preventing fires as well as responding to them. There are powerful arguments that prove that sprinklers are the most effective way of preventing fire from spreading, putting out small fires before they become devastating. In fact, our schools have very effective fire drills, and losing a child's life is unlikely to happen. But what is lost is devastating, both socially and economically. A fire brings local disruption with road closures and often evacuation of neighbouring premises. There's the child's work, often prepared for examinations, and we're proud of how well our children do in their exams and don't want to set that back. The loss of stock and equipment, the cost of clearing the site and rebuilding, the disruption and cost of the children possibly having to be educated elsewhere at a temporary site while the building is being rebuilt, and the days off school while that's being organised, and the travel costs associated with being elsewhere. And if it's a secondary school, the logistical problems of teachers having to teach over 2 different sites, which may be at some distance from each other. I had the privilege of assessing a school in another life who had had a fire that destroyed just 1 classroom. The disruption, work and inconvenience to that school was immeasurable and took a very great deal of time to recover from. If sprinklers are put in when a new building is put up, whether a whole new school or an extension, the cost is very small compared to the damage and disruption caused. A sprinkler system is the only device that can detect a fire, sound an alarm, alert the fire and rescue service, and immediately control and put out the fire. They only operate within the immediate vicinity of the fire and do not do huge amounts of water damage, which negates the popular misconception that they do more damage than the fire. Once may have been the case. Environmentally, fighting a big fire uses much more water than a sprinkler and creates huge carbon emissions. A sprinkler only releases 50 to 100 litres a minute. A fire engine pumps out between 1 and 2,000 litres a minute. Also, sprinklers can reduce the emission of greenhouse gases by 98%. The target response in Berkshire is 8 minutes for a fire engine to arrive at the scene. By that time it could have become a serious fire. Research by the Building Research Establishment shows it's highly unlikely that a fire can be controlled unless it's put out in 2 or 3 minutes. A sprinkler begins to operate within 10 to 30 seconds after the fire has started. Schools are vulnerable buildings and a good half of their fires are caused by arson.
Okay, who would like to speak on this?
Thank you. So generally, yes, happy to support this. I'm a little bit concerned at the lack of ambition after the very detailed description of the disruption which can happen in schools affected by fire. I would have hoped that the motion would be looking at ways of working with existing schools and not just limiting ourselves to new schools and to new buildings in schools. Okay? We're still leaving every existing school vulnerable to the risk of fire, and they don't have these measures. So a bit more ambition, please, next time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I propose an amendment to this motion, which everybody has on their desk in green, I think it's green, isn't it? Piece of paper. And I do have a seconder. May I speak to the amendment?
Would you have an objection to that? Okay.
I and many others in discussion with this fully support what we're trying to do here. I'll just pick up Andy Croy's point though, before speaking to this amendment, the practicality and cost to retrofit sprinklers in the main, I'm afraid financially doesn't make sense, though I wish we could do it. But this amendment really addresses looking at the principle of what we propose in this motion, and speaking also to officers in the council. It would help if we further defined exactly where we think it is practical, necessary and sensible to fit sprinklers. And that is the thrust of the part at the bottom of this, which is in bold. The other thing, right at the end, we can control schools in this that we are building ourselves, but as we know, there are 2 other sections. There's the academies and there are also private schools in the borough, and we would aim definitely to try and influence them, even though we don't have the controls and the planning system does not have the powers to insist on these things. But the intention can be, with this amendment, firmly to define when we would have sprinklers in schools that the council builds, and we use its best efforts to influence schools that are built by other agencies. I move this amendment.
Do you have a seconder for that? Lindsay, would you like to speak?
Yes, the reason for the motion tonight and the amendment is to clarify a loophole that we had in the previous motion, which was mentioned before. With this amendment, it is clear what we are able to do and what we can say to the new, particularly for new buildings, so that there won't be large extensions of schools that will end up having no sprinklers. So I fully support this amendment and the motion. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll go to debate on the amendment.
I accept the amendment.
Is there anybody wishes to speak on the amendment? Gary?
Just a point of clarification, I support the amendment. But the papers talk of motion 412 and the amendment talks of motion 410. So we can clarify which one it is that we vote on, but I do support it.
It should be 412.
Would you like to clarify?
I just noticed the error in writing it, it should be 412.
Okay. You happy with that, Gary?
Yeah, perfectly.
Michelle?
I accept the amendment.
Is there anybody else who wishes to follow?
I'd just like to congratulate Rochelle and Pauline and Angus for the clarity of this recommendation. I think it really adds something to the position of our policy. I'm very happy to support it specifically because I went to a secondary school where the science block was burnt down in the middle of my A-levels. Having spent 2 weeks washing glass containers of dubious articles that came out of the biology lab and various other things, it really did disrupt education for quite some while, and then we ended up in temporary accommodation as well. So I'm very, very keen that we deal with fires, many of which are arson, I think that one was as well, as quickly as possible, mostly to protect the education of the pupils.
Thank you. Imogen?
I'm going to keep my brief, but what I want to say is that back in 2005 there was an electrical fire at Embrook Junior School which started in the school sports hall. As it happened during the day, the staff were able to evacuate the school and the fire service put the fire out quickly. But what if it had happened on a Sunday or when the children weren't there? What contingency do we have to accommodate a whole school full of children if something like that was to take off and get well? I totally support installing sprinklers in school, and I was very surprised to find that we provide advice to academies and other schools in the area, and we've been providing the advice not to include sprinklers in these new buildings. And I was quite surprised to find that out, and I hope this motion goes forward to fix that problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl?
Thank you. I can maybe answer a bit on that point that Imogen just made. There was a consultation in 2016 to reduce the fire safety legislation around schools, and the schools minister Nick Gibbs said that including sprinklers in new school buildings would add to the cost. So that's why it was consulted for, and that was going to happen. Even though everybody was against it, even Conservative MPs were speaking against it. I'm quite sure members here would have spoken against it. And it was all going ahead, but then Grenfell happened, and that consultation died. And in fact, the Department for Education now won't admit it ever happened. But it's really nice to hear that everybody agrees this is a good idea. I'm a fellow member of the planning committee with Rochelle and Angus, and I was quite astonished on my first committee meeting to find we could complain about the colour of the render on a building, but we couldn't complain about the fact that when there were sprinklers in it to stop people being burned alive. That just seems crazy. I think we all agree. That's great. So hopefully, I support this motion. And I supported the original motion. I also support Angus's motion. It's great. Thank you.
Okay, is everybody happy to go to the votes on this? Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Proposer, Gary Cowell.
Thank you. Sorry. Surely we only voted then on the amendment, and we should now take that.
Right, we need to say
The amendment's been accepted.
Yes,
and now we need to do the full thing.
Okay, we need to go. Okay, can we go to the substantive now? As amended. As amended. So, those in favour?
Those against? Carried. Sorry, carried.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the second bash at this, I think the motion is fairly self-explanatory, so there's probably no need to go into any discussion about it. It's really aimed at the protection of trees and the records of the protection of trees that are protected. It's not any old tree, not dying trees. The trees are TPOs, and it's just putting a responsibility on the council to record the felling of any of trees or to consult with residents if they are to be felled. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Do you have a second, Gary? Lindsay. Do you wish to speak, Lindsay?
I'll hold.
Okay. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this motion? Prue, David? Nobody else? Noel? Prue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's only a short speech. I wanted to speak on this motion to draw attention to two things that have happened in Winnersh. And the first is that a few weeks ago, Highways England, without so much as a letter to warn affected residents, have chopped down all the trees along the M4 embankment as part of their smart motorway works. We've lost the visual screening of the motorway, we've lost the noise screening, we've lost the screening from pollution. And we have no idea exactly when we're going to get the trees back. So I realise that the council can't control what Highways England does, but we do have a working relationship with them. So will someone please talk to them about doing the planned replanting as soon as possible? So I think you can see I absolutely support the sentiments in the first paragraph of the motion. The second thing is that earlier this year I inquired about some trees and bushes that had disappeared. Those trees and bushes were on Highways land, which is land the council owns and controls. So I thought it was reasonable to ask the tree officers what had happened to them. This wasn't easily accomplished, as more than one team deals with trees, and I felt a bit as if I was being passed from pillar to post, with no one willing to take responsibility and me having to do all the work to find the right person to speak to. But eventually, I got an answer to my question as to what had happened to the trees, which let me remind you we're on council highways land, and the answer I got was that nobody had any idea. That is just not good enough, and it's the reason why I absolutely support the second paragraph of the motion as well.
Norman.
Thank you. I just want really some clarification from Gary, I think, around this motion to see whether I can support it or not. I think most of it is fairly straightforward. There's a couple of items, maybe not so. In terms of reviewing our tree policies, we are at the moment in the process of reviewing our local plan policies, and the council road tree policies are only a couple of years old, so perhaps you could explain what it is you have in mind there. Formally consulting on all TPO trees proposed to be felled. Again, it's a matter around the word consultation. Clearly, these things are not a referendum, and in a consultation like that, it would be if people came forward with a reason that hadn't been considered before, that meant that such work shouldn't happen. It's very unusual that TPO trees are removed for anything other than health and safety reasons anyway. Formally consult on trees proposed to be felled in association with development. Well, there is already a statutory consultation process within the planning system which covers the loss of trees due to planning permissions or development proposals, so I think that one's covered already. And maintaining a proper record of all TPO trees felled within the borough. The council does already keep a proper record of the TPO trees that have been felled, so again, that one's covered. So perhaps, Gary, later on you can help me by explaining where you stand on these things, so that we can see if we can support you or not. Thank you.
Let me just speak to David and then you can come back to that. David.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Prue, for giving us some very good examples of looking after trees. You see, I think we ignore trees at our peril. Trees are very important, even without a TPO. They're each wonderful ecosystems in their own right. And I want to support this motion by Councillor Cowan in his quest to protect all trees, not just those with the TPO, but to look after the body of this council. Yes, some do need to be felled occasionally because they're too old, because they're dead, perhaps commercially for wood and then they'll be replanted, or perhaps sometimes, yes, for new development. But then I believe when new development happens, the trees that are felled, trees need to be planted somewhere else in their stead, because we must not get rid of trees because they're so good for the environment. They take CO2 out of the air and they look after us so much. And I'd say again and again how trees must be protected, and as a council we must make sure that we do this.
Okay, Gary, would you like to answer Norman's question?
If I got it right, it was to do with the consultation. What I would point out is that within the planning rules as we have them here, as I read it, we might call it consultation, but in reality it's notification. What it is the council tells the local parish or town council that those trees are to be cut down, and they're cut down without any comment coming back from the town. That's the way the system is. By consultation, I'm not talking about consulting the whole of the borough. It would be very much like planning consultation. If you want to cut down TPO trees in Hurst, then you would contact the parish council in Hurst, and maybe the ward member who might be interested. I expect he probably would. And so in that respect, it's really, we're talking consultation in where you, where whatever is happening is dealt with. I mean, crossing over away slightly from this, the Forestry Commission is another body that acts with respect to trees. And they have felling licenses and maintenance licenses and whatever, and they issue them independently of the council. So things can go on that we don't control. But what we do control is what's in my motion here. And it's relatively simple. It's just asking that don't just cut the trees down if they're TPO trees. Consult with the parish council or the ward member and take it from there. And the bottom line, I said, we'll evaluate this existing policy. So you may evaluate them and decide the policies you've got are sound, or you may evaluate them and say, what I've written here offers a better choice. And if we do that, if we evaluate the policies, as Norman said we're doing, then taking this on board is not a bad thing. Thank you.
Okay, if anybody else wants to speak to this motion? Sorry.
No, okay. I just want to say I fully support this. My concern is that the issue of making sure that trees are TPO'd as well, and when they are done, that we have the full records.
Okay, if there's nobody else wants to speak, I'll go to a vote. Those all in favour of the motion show. Those against? That's carried.
Thank you.
Okay, the next motion, number 4. Sorry.
Thank you, John. Sorry, it's a bit of an unusual circumstance here. Earlier on this evening, Philip Murphy had to go because his wife had to get rushed into hospital, I think. So we're not, Philip was prepared to speak on this motion. I've just talked to Prue and she said she would be happy to defer it as long as we could do it on the 14th of December if the rest of the council were agreed.
Mr Mayor, you have discretion to take an extra piece of business on the 14th of December. I've already had to defer this motion once from the previous meeting, so if you can agree to take it on the 14th of December, I'll withdraw it and resubmit it.
Thank you, Prue. I know I've already got the power. Is there any reason why I would suggest it is unusual, but in light of the fact that Philip's got circumstances which would be under his control, I'm quite happy, Prue. I'm quite happy to agree to that.
In that case, I withdraw my motion.
Okay. Thank you, Burgess. 415.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recent announcement that Wokingham's Crown Post Office is to be closed and the service franchised or privatised to WH Smith concerns many people in Wokingham and many people in my ward throughout Wokingham town. While it is clear that the council does not have any direct jurisdiction over the post office, the council should be doing everything it can to support the retention of our Crown Post Office here in Wokingham. Wokingham's post office is a cherished public asset at the heart of our community.
Can we have our meeting, please? Thank you.
And now this asset is planned to be franchised to WH Smith, recently rated the worst retailer on the high street. Research shows that franchising our Crown Post Offices to WH Smith results in longer queuing time, poorer quality of service, reduced level of services, poorer advice given, and poor disabled access. In addition to this, quality jobs would be replaced with low-paid, insecure work. The closure could also affect other businesses in the town, as footfall may decrease as a result. So far, there has been no public consultation explicitly on whether the closure and franchise should take place. The viability of WH Smith as a going concern can in no way be guaranteed, and its future has been reported to be uncertain. What happens if this retailer disappears in a year's time? What will happen to our post office service then? A petition calling for action to stop these plans has already gathered numerous signatures. The public are the owners of the post office, quite rightly, and most people do not want to see our Crown Post Office closed and handed over to WH Smith. They will be even less pleased to learn that the compensation agreements that will be used to get rid of valued post office staff will be paid for using public money. I was very pleased to hear Councillor Munro's support for the post office in Wokingham earlier this evening, and I hope we can carry this motion tonight without a longer debate. Thank you.
Rachel, do you have a second? Who would like to speak on this? The two debates. Clive.
I have an amendment to this motion, Mr. Mayor. Could we distribute the amendment, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Should have put it on gold.
Okay, Clive, do you have a second for this? Yourself?
I think it's normal for the second of the motion to talk. I haven't been offered the opportunity to talk. I'm seconding. I do. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Rachel, for bringing this motion to us. And I was also very delighted that Stuart earlier expressed his support and presumably the executive support for keeping the post office within Woking. And I know that some petitioning within the town centre a few weeks ago was frankly the easiest petitioning that I've ever done. I was stopped over and over again by Commonwealth Garden residents who walked past me, couldn't look at me, discovered it was from the post office and they came back. People are very, very angry about this and they don't want it, they don't like it. The building is there, it's got a post office sitting on the front of it, they want to keep it as their post office. And I won't reveal them, I mean, maybe they'll out themselves later, but at least 2 members of the executive who are Conservatives also signed the petition, because I think that this isn't a party political thing. Well, it wasn't a party political thing. The people of the town just want to keep the post office where the post office belongs, and that is in the post office. Rachel has made some excellent points about the use of public funding. Public funding will be used and has been used in the past to compensate Smiths for any alterations and for any 2P arrangements which don't work out. So I think it's very, very important that we support the motion. It's an easy win for you guys. Get behind the motion in its original form. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Clive, do you have a seconder for your amendment?
Yes, we do. Councillor Jorgensen.
Sorry, very official. That's all right. Did you want to speak on that particular?
Yes, I will. Thank you very much. This amendment makes it absolutely clear that we want the same level of service in the proposed WH Smith franchise to be maintained at the same level of service that we currently enjoy from the existing post office. The original motion does not make that crystal clear. The amendment does. The post office is at the heart of the local community here in Wokingham, and I'm sure that nobody in this council chamber would argue with that. The post office has made it very clear that there will be a consultation in January. Senior managers have always been clear that there will be a consultation in January, and in conversations with me, they have advised me that this will include a public exhibition where residents can talk with senior post office staff. However, we would have preferred a proper consultation before this announcement had been made. We have noted that there is already a slope in the entrance to WH Smith that will assist disabled residents. We are, though, very keen to see WH Smith ensuring that the pathways through the store from the entrance to the post office counters are wide and uncluttered with other merchandise, making disabled access easier. My understanding from senior post office managers is that the current jobs in the post office will be 2P'd across to WH Smith. This would ensure that the terms and conditions of current post office employees are maintained. I don't, however, have an answer from senior managers on the plight of the staff who work around the sorting office at the back of the post office. Hopefully this will become clearer soon. Hopefully they will remain employed by the post office and hopefully working in the same building. We are lucky to have dedicated staff at this post office who every day demonstrate their knowledge, experience, professionalism for the benefit of our community. Our final paragraph of this amendment makes it very clear what this council should do. And I'll quote, "Unless the post office provides guarantees on disabled access, jobs, and quality and scope of services, including the ability to collect parcels currently provided by the Royal Mail in the existing building, this council will write to the post office calling for the abandonment of plans to franchise Wokingham's post office to WH Smith." Mr Mayor, I hope that members across this council will support this improved amendment. Thank you.
I'll reserve my right.
Okay. And Croy. Remember, you're talking to the amendment.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Just to pick up a few of those points. So the consultation will be on the services provided in the franchise, not on whether the post office should be closed and the franchise take place. That is the distinction. The post office won't be able to provide guarantees, not not guarantees on those things you've outlined in your amended motion. And to say, hopefully they will, it's not good enough. We're not only going to write to them if hopefully they will do that. And on the TUPE, in previous examples, 95% of staff have not TUPE'd over. So what I said originally is, I believe, to be correct.
Yeah, I'd just like to pick up on some of the points. This has happened all over the country. In other areas where this has happened, it's important members understand this, the consultation has only been about the services provided in the new building. Okay, the consultations have never ever been about the moving of services from the old premises to the new premises. It's never ever been about the closure of the Crown Post Office itself. The Post Office cannot guarantee that all of the services will be available in Smiths. And the reason they can't is because there are some services which the Post Office provides which require quite a lot of training and which also require security clearance. If you go to Wokingham Post Office, on the left you'll see a red booth, and that booth is used to provide identification documents for biometric documents, so biometric passports and driving licenses, all that sort of stuff. That will never ever go to WH Smiths because Smiths will not invest the money in training and they will not get the security clearance for their staff. It's a Crown Post Office, but for a reason, they're well-trained staff. Now, Clive has spoken to the bosses at Royal Mail, at the Post Office. We had representatives with the people who work in the Post Office, who understand the Post Office. And one of the things from the Communications Workers Union who came down, and one of the things they made very, very clear to us was that the parcel collection service that Clive is talking about has nothing to do with the Post Office. It's Royal Mail. There's no way they can guarantee that Royal Mail will have that little hatch that we've got in Wokingham Post Office and shift it over to WH. They can't do it. And it is this fundamental lack of understanding of what the Post Office is and what Royal Mail is that this amendment fails to address. Now, I take it that many members in here are approaching this in good faith, and I'm sorry that letting Clive run away with this amendment is not perhaps the smartest move we can do. Please don't accept the amendment because
that's inappropriate.
And it's correct. And it's correct. So please don't support the amendment. Please stick with the original motion because that gives the residents what they want. Keep the Post Office where it is, doing what it's doing. Thank you very much.
If you want to give the House of Lords reserve right at the end.
Thank you. Clive talks about WH Smith providing the same services in that area. They can't do that. They just can't. It's not big enough. I don't think that can be done. Then again, I didn't go to a meeting to speak to managers in London about it, did I?
We've just been told that, Carl. No. Ed just told us that. Have you anything to add with what he said?
Yeah. We're talking here, the guarantees are useless, okay? You've watered the motion down to nothing, pretty much. This is meant to be the new listening council. I mean, not quite.
Read the
that's where
last
it's coming.
paragraph. It's not watered down.
I've read the last paragraph. It is watered down, in my opinion.
It isn't.
I'm allowed to have an opinion. And I think the guarantees are useless. I think there was a chance here to make a cross-party statement about the Post Office.
It still is.
You've missed that chance. And I think our bench here will be getting longer.
It's a shame you should be supporting it.
Just a very brief point. The amendment calls for the ability to collect parcels which is currently provided by the Royal Mail in the existing building. We're not asking for the ability to collect parcels to move to WH Smith because the bloody sorting office is in the existing building at the back. And so we need access to those parcels to be guaranteed. And that should be possible from the Post Office since they own the building. So I don't see that being...
Same by Royal Mail.
And if we don't get those guarantees, we will be writing to the Post Office to object to it. So I don't know what you're so worked up about.
Because it's owned by Royal Mail, not the Post Office.
No, no it isn't.
It's owned by Royal Mail. The building is owned by Royal Mail.
What matters here is that all of the current services of the Post Office are maintained. And I think that's what everybody cares about. And that the staff maintain their pay and their employment benefits. This should normally happen under the regular routine processes, and we are talking about two independent businesses here, although one of them is Clango. These services must include full access to disabilities, There are concerns that WH Smith as it stands would not be big enough, so we all need to respond to this consultation that's happening in January and let the Post Office know how we feel about it. Both of these organisations, the Post Office and WH Smith, have been reporting financial problems, and I honestly believe that this could possibly be a good move to help save both businesses and consequences of the jobs, both in WH Smith and the Post Office.
Okay, Imogen, you're going to talk it out.
Sorry. Certainly I believe that we should respond to the consultation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just one thing which might be of interest to members. I emailed John Redwood about this earlier on today, and got a response from a guy called Ken Penton, who's in the Post Office. The answer, he said, is, as yet we have not announced the start of the consultation process about the proposal to move the Wokingham Post Office from its current location. We have informed all our employees at the branch that they'd like to brief them on a proposed consultation in early 2018. That very clearly says that the consultation will be about the proposal to move. I think what's important here is to get a really good post office service in Wokingham, to have it accessible and to be able to collect parcels, which indeed we do in other... Sorry? Yes, which we do in other WH Smith branches who do this service. I think the important thing is the service.
Just again, on another point of information, there has been no consultation ever by the Post Office in terms of moving the location. The consultation is only about what would you like in the new building. If you read it very carefully, that's not what it's saying. It's saying they won't consultate on the
I'm going to move to the vote on the amendment here. So, because of the time, all those in favour of the amendment? All those against? The amendment's carried. And we move to the suspended with the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.